Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, May the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Well, unfortunately, there's no Beyond Meat today. No marvelous short trade to start off. What else is happening, though? Yeah, we got some buyouts at HMLP and the CVET, and Real just posted the STON. So we have some buyouts, acquisitions, etc. ELEV is gapped up on fast track designation, FDA giving them fast track designation. I know there's guys are talking about what the float information is. Whatever it is, it's going to be low, 10 million, where there's 3 million, 10 million. It's going to be a low float situation. And let's take a look left on that monthly chart. The next high is 520. So the longer it holds is 417 area. Over 4, the better. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But it's holding well. It is holding well. It almost dipped down below, well, yeah, just barely it dipped down below 4. But still some enthusiasm left. A lot of volume. MICS, this was an uplisting from yesterday. Mike's MICS, the singing machine. So in the pre-market, I don't know how many shares this was exactly. I can probably tell. Well, actually, quite a bit, 75,000 shares. This got up to almost $7 in the pre-market. This is not this because this just started yesterday as Mike's or the uplifting, the NASDAQ. No shorts available, but man, oh man, I mean, that was a big lift. So definitely one to watch. It is up 38%, lots and lots of volume. Yes, Real is posting Wendy's, excuse me, Wendy's. Mr. Peltz, he's obviously he's trying to considering a potential takeover bid for the company. Yeah, so he's Nelson Peltz considering a potential takeover bid for the company, and that is Wendy's, WEN. CAL, Caleris, CAL is an earnings play. You want to look at the, son of a gun, look at this one go already, guys. ELEV went too fast for me. Look at the volume that came in on that 5-minute chart. It just went too fast. I was hoping it would rest right around here. Yeah, this is definitely the flavor du jour for the French flavor there, Zach. So Caleris, CAL is an earnings play. No volume though, not too much volume yet. They released after hours, so that's where a lot of the action was, of course, after hours. That got the gap, and the gap is holding. The gap is holding for Caleris. When you look left on the, well, first of all, 2292. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average, 2292, a little bit above it. And 2374 is the next high looking left, and that is CAL. VRCA just got thumped. I don't think there are shorts available for this one. Also for me at Interactive Brokers, VRCA. Oh, I have here. FDA says no. Yeah, there are no shorts available. Now this one could be interesting. The SGHC. Real asked if I'd seen it. Yeah, it's right on my list here. Second on the list, the one's down, SGHC. So this could be the one that could be my turn into my favorite play today. All depends. A couple of things. It's an earnings play, so there is news. It is being thumped down on that, and also as important, it's a lifetime low. So this will probably, well, this should show up my 10-day daily breakdown. And again, it's an all-time low. Well, shoot, I think shorts were available earlier, but they're none now. Could have sworn I saw shorts available earlier. You mean I have a type? DKS is an earnings play. Not good. No bueno. Look at this one. Dick's Sporting Goods. Down 12%. Lots of volume. Released earnings this morning. And boy, I mean, look at this year. Like most stocks, $145.62. Not so much this year, but the last 12 months. Wow. P-Lab is an earnings play, I believe. Yes, it is earnings play. Released earnings before the market opened. Another one that is not very much volume. A gap up. Not very much volume though. And with the market is going to enter. It's going to be a little bit weak. You know, of course, my bias on all these right now, until something really changes in this market, is to short these pops. ASO, Academy Sports, I think. Yeah, Academy Sports and Outdoors. ASO, it's not an earnings play, but it is gapping down. It's a big gap down, 174,000 shares, almost 10%. ASO is gapping down. I don't see any specific news on it, other than the fact it's a retailer and, you know, retailers are being beaten up. Now, guys, you won't guess what I did. I took a few shares, you know, and I obviously got lucky. I actually shorted Urban just a few shares just before the close. I think I got in around 18, and I wanted to see if this one would absolutely collapse because it released earnings. Got down to yeah. That bottoming tail got me super excited. It got down to $15. Remember, I'm short at 18, and it got down to $15, and then it raced right back up. I ended up making I think it was about $1.50 or so on the trade. I didn't have very many shares. I was wondering if it would do an ANF that dropped about $6 the day before. But anyway, that was kind of exciting, and I can't remember the last time. It was just, you know, I only took a few shares, and because it was this retailer, because it was, you know, it had already been sinking. And speaking of retailers, my wife will be happy about this. JW Nordstrom. JW Nordstrom releasing earnings, and but however, it's fading. But at least it's positive. Right as we speak, it is positive. JWN. Kidney. KDNY. I know it's Chinook. Isn't it a lot easier saying kidney? KDNY, so it is down on a financing, and their financing is at $14 a share. So it is holding the financing price, and they're raising, I think, about $105 million. My voice sounds a bit light this morning. Really, I haven't made any changes, so I'm not sure. Maybe if other people say the same thing, I'm not sure what I can do exactly. Porch, PRCH. A little bit of a gap up, and I guess the reason is some firm called Compass Point has put an $11.50 price target on them. TRMD, TRMD. TRMD is a gap up on not much volume, and I don't see any specific news on it. It's a deep sea freight transportation. I don't see any specific news on it. And as mentioned before, in case you're wondering why I'm not talking about HMLP, when I first saw it, I thought, wow, okay, great, because it was an earnings play, but they're also being acquired. 925 a unit, so nothing to see here. Lies trademark. The creativity of some of you in the room with your pseudonyms. Morning, Nathne and Ija. So look at, yeah, I mean, look at that ELEV pop up and right back down. You know, I'm just not going to talk. I mean, XPEV and Nion and LI, and I think some of the, probably the China stocks are popping a little bit this morning. Take a look at KWeb. Yeah, so the China stocks are popping a little bit this morning, but this is becoming very tired. I mean, you know, up, down, up, down, up, down. We had a day, can't remember when it was. Could have been a month ago, where KWeb was up all day and soaring, and then and then one day it was down all day, but moving down all day. That's what we want to see. None of this up, down nonsense. All right, 912. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Boy, they're really taking this week off. Yesterday was very light also. Again, very light today. I'll get the upgrades in now. Right, there are some of the upgrades and very few downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Hi, welcome. Upgrades and downgrades, these are just analyst opinions, okay, of where they think a stock may go. They're just opinions, that's all it is. So some broker like Goldman Sachs might say, well, we've decided to start looking at this company and we're upgrading it. We think they'll do better than than the current price. I mean that's about as simple as I can state it. Just an opinion. Sometimes it carries some weight, but it doesn't mean when you see an upgrade that, oh man, okay, this company's upgrading them, so I better buy it right now. No. What I like to see though sometimes, especially on the downgrade side, is when you see a company being downgraded by several firms at the same time. That can put a lot of downward pressure. And that is not happening today. So like for instance, with the porch, PRCH, this Compass Point has come out and said, you know, this, let me just, second bull rating of the week. Let's just see who else did it. But you can see, okay, so actually JP Morgan earlier and Compass Point today assigned a price target of 11.50 to Porch, which is even higher than JP Morgan's price target of 8. Does that mean you should just buy this right now because it's going to 8 or even 11.50? No. And when they do these, I mean, they're, you know, I can take it with a grain of salt. When they do these, they're not suggest. they're longer term in theory, okay? So, but a lot of times, depending who the analyst is, how much weight they carry, the float, things like that, you can see some stocks popping. I mean, 7% today, right now, not very much volume for Porch. I'm just using this one as an example. I use my pre-market. You can have this. Just go to my home page. This is exactly what I use. I use these four. Not really this one so much down here, but these four. The pre-market actives up and down, and the gap up and gap down. And that is on my home page. And so I will give you the link to my home page. And I've used that format. Well, I don't know, 8 years now. The same format, 8 years. If you go to my home page, click on my link, and then go to the scan section right here, click here, and here they are. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and markets actives down, okay? Of course, I'm sharing a lot of other scans, but this is what I use in the pre-market. Yeah, Todd and Ellie, I mean, for there were probably, another 10 or 20 people that would have liked to have asked the question, and now they've got their answer regarding pre-market. All right, let's take a look. ZH, yeah, ZH is showing up here too. ZH. Okay, it's actually an earnings play. Okay, but up, 11 cents. I just don't think it's going to be that dynamic. I mean, 608 million in the float for a $2 stock or $1 stock. All right, 918. Let's take a quick look to see what the sectors are doing this morning. So I'm going to go from our toolbar. I'm going to click on docked channel bar. And then I'm going to click on sector status. And I didn't check oil prices this morning, so this is going to be probably 100% or 0%. A little change. Okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, this is XLE is a major ETF for energy. These stocks are what makes up XLE, these stocks right here. And so when you see 75%, what that means is that 75% of them are above yesterday's close. That's what the percentage refers to. So when you take a quick look at the major sectors, you can see right off the bat, other than energy, there's really no strong sector, which makes sense because the market is going to have a negative open. Okay, so this is just a quick glimpse to see what might happen today. Of course, this can all change. Didn't I give you that? I gave that to you. You don't have to pay for strength alerts if you have a subscription. No. But I gave that to you, Mr. I. And I bet you I did, but I bet you forgot to save it to the cloud, right? So here it is again. Yeah, so the question in our YouTube room was, do you have to pay for strength alerts? They are strength alerts that get published, I think, Sunday evening. No, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, to see what they are, just click on New, and then dog channel bar, excuse me, and then where does it say strength alerts? I think they're going to be, it's going to be changed to TI swing alerts or something like that. What does it say right now? Strength alerts. And there they are. So no, it's part of the subscription. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought I gave you the other one too. Okay, nothing. So it's just, you just have to go here and then this is the email that people get. So you don't get emailed it if you're a subscriber, you just access it from the toolbar or from the channel bar, okay? All right, guys, this one is just coming in here now. I didn't see it before because it was under $1, but AIHS China stock just coming in now. Got as high as 133. It's pulled back. It's a low float, 4.9 million in the float. AIHC or S announces a business cooperation with an online travel platform, Fliggy, an Alibaba affiliate. Okay, so that is the news for this little guy, AIHS. Now remember, so I'm going to call you Monsieur Guillaume. I remember. So there are what, five charts in here, six charts. My goodness, six charts in here. So remember, I don't know if you're a premium or a standard subscriber. Standard, you can only have 10 charts, and premium, you can have 20. So if you already have, if you're a standard subscriber and you already have, say, 5 or 6 charts up and running, you're going to get an error message. That's why I don't generally give out the doc version of this because, not everybody, I don't, I can't know, I don't know what everybody's chart situation is. Okay, good. That's too bad with the SGHC. Again, I could have sworn there were, well, maybe there weren't very many. I could have sworn there were shorts available. That was probably my number one focus this morning. SGHC, earnings play, all-time low. All right, guys. So that ELEV is yeah, kind of whipping around a little bit here. Still maintaining over 4. We're sticking alert at 452. Excuse me. See if it takes out that high, the high of the pre-market so far. And again, I think when I look left, I think 520 was the next high looking left on the monthly, which is the same as on that weekly. Yeah, so 520 on the weekly and the monthly are the next highs. And we're not saying it's going to get there, but CAL is moving at an earnings play. CAL making a pre-market high. The post-market high after hours, what did it get up to? It got up to 23.55. So it is above. So this is pretty strong, guys. It's also taking out the after hours high when it released earnings. Now the next issue will be this 23.73, which is the next high looking left. And then there's 24. So to me, there could be a lot of resistance between here, and it just dropped a bit, between here and 24. I wish it were cleaner. I wish I had a clear shot without any problems until that 25 level. But no, right now it's a terrible spread. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute just for a second. Okay, so MICS, guys, again, this could be a crazy one also. I don't know what the float is. It's going to be very low, whatever it is. I think somebody said they only issued about a million shares or something. So MICS, only because of this, okay? I mean, this got up in the pre-market, got up to $7. So it was an uplisting yesterday. So actually, you know what I'm going to do? Just stick an alert at the high of yesterday, which is about 388. And we have less than a minute. I think William probably just dinged me. Yeah, thank you, William. All right, everybody, we have about a minute, less than a minute for the market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. But some of my, about 3 or 4 of my scans actually have a purposeful delay of 15 minutes. I don't want to see anything in the first 15. If I were new to trading, though, I probably would not trade for the first half hour. Let me get rid of a couple of windows in my other. Okay, we are now open. Very quiet start. Not getting too many alerts. All right, guys, Cal. Spread like now. Yeah, it's still terrible. 22.48. HR. Oh my goodness, what happened here? Must have to get rid of all these from yesterday, but HR. Yeah, there's no volume yet for HR. All right, so obviously we have a negative open. The Dow is down, SPY is down, NAS is down. to start, but we're starting to get a green candle. So let's see what happens here. Well, there goes the ELEV, guys. ELEV. Again, it's early, but some of you are a little less conservative than I am. A lot of volume coming in. Yesterday's dog, guys, Snap trying to snap back a little bit here. SNAP had earnings, just got absolutely, not, it wasn't earnings, they were guiding poorly for the upcoming quarter. And considering earnings aren't until July, that really rocked this stock. I mean, that was unbelievable. Wendy's is with the activism of Nelson, maybe trying to take the get a sale for the or buy the company, WEN. Starbulk, SBLK, a gap down to begin. Okay, Wendy's just became a 10-day daily breakout. Actually, just became a 10, just took out that high right there, 1777. So this becomes a 10-day daily breakout for WEN. And accelerating now, WEN. Next high looking left is 1827. Okay, guys. Well, look at this. We've actually gone positive. NAS is basically, well, NAS and SPY are basically flat, and the Dow is recovering. We've got a big green candle to start. Yeah, look at Nordstrom's, guys. Went negative now. JWN went negative. Could not keep that gap. Next low looking left is 1973. So it's about $1 away, a little less than $1 away from that low looking left. And we have our first halt of the day. And this is, yeah, this is on the way down. Can't short it. No shorts available for me. VRCA, all-time low. Just got crushed on FDA says no. So this has earnings. Looks like, boy, that's tough to read. Looks like May the 26th. Looks like American Eagle has earnings tomorrow after the market closes. Trying to have a little bit of a recovery. Yesterday's high was 1236. So this is actually an earnings play also. I didn't really talk about it. EXPR. It's actually an earnings play also. On a monthly chart, it's got a lot of room. 73 cents. Of course, this was one of the memers, one of the meme stocks back in the day. Right here, you can see right here. Amazing. These go back to January or February and March, I guess, or February. January of 2021. January 2021. You'll see a lot of monthly candles that look like this, and that's when the nonsense started. Speaking of nonsense, look at AMC. These things just will not die. GME, they just won't die. All right, so this is P-Lab is actually a big fade now. Got up to what, 17, got down to 16. This is the big fade on earnings so far. You can see how, wow, look at this giant green candle. Giant green candle. Everything's positive now, guys. So I'm saying if we look now at the change from the open, the sectors, you'd see a massive difference. And our friend SIGA, S-I-G-A, it is even having a pop here, S-I-G-A, monkeypox. Troika, T-R-K-A, what are you doing? 32 million in the float. A lot of volume starting to come in. TRKA, let's see, they've got some new finance chief. So that was an announcement. I guess markets reacting positively to that. Well, CAL is moving here and spread is still not great, but 0822. Now coming into that resistance, perhaps 25.48. This could turn into an interesting short opportunity, guys. If it stalls right at this 25.48 and 25.79, right in this area here, not that far away. Wow, look at Urban. Boy, URBN earnings play actually turning positive. It's taken out yesterday's high. Wendy's just made another new high. Don't have that one halted up. SKYZ? SKYX? Maybe the volume's too low. SKYX. Yeah, the volume's too low for me. My scanner, my hot scanner is 20,000 minimum. But let's see what happens. Low float, that's not a low float. I mean, look how choppy ELEV is in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look at these topping tail, bottoming tail. 450, $4. That's pretty big percentage moves. But it's holding. It is holding. You can see. Look at that 2-minute chart. Higher lows. And again, with that float, it did have some news. Fast track designation. I'll get it right. CVNA. So for nothing in my 10-day daily breakdown. All right, keep an eye on TRMD. The volume is starting to pick up. TRMD. I don't think I saw any news on this TRMD. This is a shipper or deep sea freight transportation. You can see on the daily chart it's breaking out, but obviously had many reverse splits. Split adjusted back in 2013. This was an $11,000 stock. Split adjusted. All right, guys, ELEV just taking out, I believe, the high. ELEV, very close to the high of the pre-market. But again, bouncing back off it. See my blue line right there. And there it is. There, well, it briefly took it out. It popped up and then right back down. Let me reset my alert. So it's really tricky to trade in the first 15. I mean, yes, this thing could just start to rip, but you can see just how wild it can be, especially these little ones. Another really cheap one, Ping. So Ping Tan. So this is a China stock, really cheap one, just making it over $1. So I think Take Two or 2U had a downgrade this morning, I believe. Now look at Grin, guys. So this is another, well, this is deep sea freight transportation also. So this one is on the way down. The other one, TRMD, is on the way up. All right, first 15 in. So this is a gap down and reverse now for ASO. Nice gap up, gap down and reverse, guys, so far for the ASO. Is what I'm talking about right here. Gap down, a gap down and reverse. See how it gapped down and now it's trying to reverse. And of course, the market is helping. So some reversal plays, as long as the market keeps doing this, reversal plays should work pretty well. Okay, as opposed to PLAB, which is a gap up and a reverse. Now it is coming right into the 200-day moving average. Here's PLAB coming right into the 200-day, right at 1570. It's just sort of sitting on top of it. So again, this is what I mean. This is a gap up and reverse. So we have and here's a gap down and go. TW, oh shoot, I was looking to take that one. TWOU, so this is a gap down and go. Boy, this one has some room. TWOU, the next low looking, well, not really. Next low looking left is 9. If it can break down through that, 876. Almost an all-time low though, almost an all-time low. So just very briefly, this is a multi-strategy window. It has 4 alert windows in, and here they are, strategies. So there's a gap up and goes. So that would mean the stock gapped up. And when we get the alert, it was going higher. Gap down and reverse. That's what the ASO did. It gapped down and then it started to reverse. Then of course the gap up and reverse, stock gapped up like the PLAB, gapped up and started to reverse. Then the gap down and go, and it gapped down, and then it kept going down. Now, does this mean, of course, that these directions will be maintained? No, obviously not necessarily. But at the time of the alert, that is what was happening. And this is one of the ones that I'm sharing. Check out FedEx. Yikes, yeah, look at FedEx. It's a pretty big move down for 237 million in the float. Okay, so the first candle was green on the SPY, which got us into positive territory everywhere. But now we're starting to form a red candle. I think when you said bringing it, I thought it was going down, but interesting, trying to recover. All right, so there's the ASO. That was a brief gap down and reverse, and now it's starting to move down, perhaps again. Weight Watchers, WW, all-time low. WW, all-time low. I guess everybody is trim and fit in America. Nobody needs Weight Watchers anymore. I do see the mics. Yes, I've got this thumbnail, so I do see that starting to try to pop here. I mean, again, that's really the next high looking left again is that 385. That was the high yesterday. And of course, it did get up to, yeah, what did it get up to? About $7 in the pre-market. So all traders are looking at. Oh man, that was the one, guys, to short P-Lab on this pop up. Look at this gap up and reverse. Does anyone really believe this market is going to rip today? I don't. So, I mean, this is going to go negative. This probably is going to go negative P-Lab. So the next low looking left is right down here around 1450. Just a minute. Yeah, so CVAT is a buyout, so don't get too excited about this one. It just popped up on a scanner, but it's a buyout, so CVAT. And the GovX is still, GLVX is still kicking around, guys. What's that 200-day at? Yeah, yesterday was at 3, so 299. So the 200-day moving average is still kind of blocking it. All right, CITC, sorry, SITC. This is kind of interesting. What's the next high looking left? 1559. So it's at that high. Then the next high after that is 1621. So this has got some room. I know this is the 915 candle, got up to 16. This was sort of an interesting one yesterday. Had a nice day. And that is the SITC. I guess this is I guess this can be termed a REIT. What's the volume like? Yeah, it's starting to pick up. Look at Grab. I mean, Grab is almost an all-time low now. Redbox, RDBX, don't have this on my radar right now. Yeah, it's hilarious. So the high yesterday was what? 619. The high before that was 717. So I guess it's got room if it takes out yesterday's high. I actually do see some news from after the market closed yesterday. So they've acquired the North American rights to WWII action drama, Come Out Fighting, terms not disclosed. All right. Film will premiere in 2022. So see, the AI went long on Nordstrom's 21, 24, 22, 3%, almost 4% now. Just hard for me to believe it's going to hold these gains. Yeah, that ELEV, guys, what I do is I probably stick an alert around 450 odd. Yeah, maybe take out that, probably just put an alert around 456 and see if it does take it out later. But right now, this is very, very hard to trade. Yeah, look at the ELEV now. Good, good exit, Dak. Don't get stubborn, as you know. Well, I know you know, but you see, that's why you have a stop. You could get killed in this one because you probably I don't know how many shares you have to take a few shares to make any money on something like this. Oh, Midian, I don't know. I mean, if you're asking me for an explanation of something like that, I really can't help you. I mean, I can't say, well, it's because of this. 322. So that's we'll be back in March. Yeah, I won't be able to help Midian. I will have no explanation of why you're getting a difference. It's not like I can say, well, this is the reason. So there's 322. So we have a high of 192. Did you buy in the pre-market? I mean, I don't know. I really can't answer that. Did you buy it in the pre-market or did you actually buy it during the debt market hours? Or do you remember? Well, that's it then. Yeah, because I'm not saying our data like this is infallible, but I guess if you check other websites and if you saw that daily candle, if that high, because typically the daily candles do not show any pre-market action. Okay, so that's all I can think of. This is ugly now, guys. The ELEV. This is pretty ugly now. Smith and Wesson. Smith and Wesson is popping. SWBI is popping. Keep an eye on SWTX, guys. SWTX. This was probably the wildest one yesterday. Hit $50 in the pre-market. Got all the way down to about 32 or even lower. It's trying to come back a little bit. There's been some pretty interesting price targets put on it. Wow, look at ASO now. Look at ASO now as a gap down and reverse. Okay, keep an eye now on CAL. CAL. It looks like it's settled down a bit. Bottoming tail all the way down to almost 24. There's a topping tail all the way up to 25.70. Just over 25 now. So the high, so this is the high, 25.77. It's an earnings play. What's the spread like? Yeah, the spread is tightening up a little bit, 8 cents right now. Kind of down the road from me, I think. VGFC, VGFC. Very. Oh man, is that cheap? Yeah, Vancouver. The very good food company. It is up 100%. I don't trade these, but hey, somebody might. The company announced it increased retail distribution across Canada with Loblaw. I think Loblaw is a Canadian. I don't think it's in the States. Maybe wrong. Big grocery chain in Canada. Whoa, so there's Cal. So I didn't see this BCAB really in the pre-market. It probably just flattened out, but it did get as high in the pre-market. I got up to 250. I don't see any specific news on it. It's a bio, relatively low float, 30 million in the float. Not crazy high, not crazy low. And just hanging around this 228, 230 mark. Yeah, it's a good spot for the AI on JW Nordstrom. Now, if you took this one from the AI, 2283 is the next high, so definitely be aware of that. It's snap. Yes, it's trying to come back after the disaster yesterday. High yesterday was 1457, so but it is trying to come back, yes. Another halt, kiss. Coles just got halted. KSS. They did have some news this morning. Outlines new store strategies, including more Sephora and smaller units. So KSS just got halted. The next high looking left is 39.55, so it's close. If it can take that out, then you have 43. So it's a pretty significant area if it can take it out. KSS. Ah, man, I wish this ramp didn't have all this here. This is ramping higher, guys. RAMP, but again, it just looks like it's coming into some resistance. Oh man, okay. I'll look at it. Beyond Meat, BYND. Well, this is now turning into a real interesting. This is interesting. Real interesting. SGHC is now a gap down and reverse. So it's an earnings play, but it is turning into a gap down and reversal. Isn't that SPG? Is that some kind of a property manager or mall manage? Yeah, property group. They got just kicked during the pandemic. What a comeback though. 42 up to 172. Okay, well, I guess I have to say it. SWBI on the move here, guys. SWBI on the move. All right, kidney, KDNY, on the move down, guys. So this is maybe going to be interesting. The low is 1371. It takes that out. Then we've got down here. But they did a financing. They did a financing at $14. So it's just underneath that financing price. But it is trying to give it up a little bit. Okay, it is trying to give it up. And I guess if it can take that out right here, that 1371, and we're right just at that 200-day moving average. 1390 is the 200-day, so it's just below that the 200-day moving average. That is KDNY. And that's showing up on the gap. That's showing up on the gap down and go. Gap down and go. Boy, that gap down and reversal for ASO is certainly the star. Yeah, look at the first day, maybe in a while. There's XRT. This is the retail ETF, the big one anyway, and having a green day. So retailers are trying to battle back. And look, wow, I mean, look at Nordstrom's here. JW Nordstrom's, JWN. So if you took this short from the AI, the next level, right there, 420, gets through that. I mean, it's still got room down. Yeah, great run for Urban, actually, earnings play. I saw Best Buy. It was actually weak in the pre-market. Oh, look at this. What a nice comeback. It was actually weak in the pre-market. I had to resist the urge. I cannot short Best Buy for philosophical reasons. But look at this. Yeah, so retailers having a bounce today, guys. My favorite store, I don't get too excited. What's my favorite store? Well, keep an eye on Plab now. I mean, it had that was a gap up and go down, or gap up and reverse, but now this is starting to reverse on the way back up. And it is an earnings play. It's still positive. And it is, well, I'm actually short kidney, but I don't, this was just sort of on spec. I'm actually short it, but basically right where I shorted it. KDNY I'm talking about. I thought maybe it might give us 30 or 40 cents, but doesn't look like it. Boy, what a turnaround for ASO. I mean, it actually now went positive. I mean, this was pretty negative. I mean, it was down to 20, 24 something. So now this has actually turned positive, ASO. The next high looking left is 29.75. So it still has $2 before it hits that next high looking left. Again, I'm not saying it's going to, get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. How's pins doing today? Probably it's having a bounce also. Yeah, pins and snap are both bouncing. Okay, a word about this. Now, the AI got out of this. I believe it was a time hold, okay? I'm just looking here, 9:37, 10:10. So it looks like this was supposed to be, optimized for about a 1 hour hold, okay? But why would you get out? If you got into this one, why would you get out of it? Okay, it is still working. Again, so that's why we always say, man and machine, person and machine. Machine will alert you, but you should manage these exits. Because again, what trader would get out of this right now when it's still working? Yeah, I'm out of the KDNY basically flat. I was hoping it would give up that 14 by maybe 30 or 40 cents, but it did not do it. So I'm out of that flat. Look at ASO. Man, what a great gap down and reverse. Yeah, great. Yeah, great. Last time we looked, it was 100%, a little less than 100%. Now it's almost 200%. I just can't get in. You have to buy so many shares. I just don't trust these, but hey, well done, guys, those who took it. Cal guys now over 26. CAL over 26. Earnings play, or was anyway, was over 26. Pretty nice recovery in the market. On those bottoming tails, those previous two 15-minute candles to this one, two bottoming tails. I mean, the sellers tried, but the buyers closed higher. So the buyers, as we speak, are definitely in control. No kidding, that SWVI is 1467. The alert here that just in a very simple scan, basic new highs. Okay, I'd be putting an alert here for PLAB at about maybe 1616, okay? Create a price alert at 1616, the high of that candle, and just see if it can, start running again with the market a little bit. Remember, this is an earnings play. It was very positive to begin with, and then it just reversed. Now, if the market reverses, yeah, maybe, try the short, but right now, I'll probably be putting an alert at 1616, see if it takes it out, and then starts approaching that 17 level. Okay, so Cal now is turned into a gap up and go. It's turned into a gap up and go. So let's see if it can hold these levels, take out 26 again. And 29 on the monthly chart looks like the next high. Have to back out the weekly chart. And so 26.79. So that still has some room. That's the next high looking left on the weekly chart for Cal. Look at its recovery this week. It was down to 1957. Look where it stalled, right at that weekly support area. I manually do it. I do some scanning, and so I manually enter them. I have a bunch of scans I look at after hours and kind of try to pick and choose which ones I think might be interesting for the next day. Wow, BKSY, all of a sudden, guys, BKSY. You know what? It's just got halted. It just got halted. I'm sure it's halted. I just tried to buy it. Yeah, it just got halted. It just got halted. BKSY, I just tried to get it at 175, and I could just tell they weren't filling me. So this just got halted. We'll see if that was a good thing that I didn't get the fill. Yeah, it's hard to tell. There's no real clue. This is time and sales from Interactive Broker, so there's really no clue about where this may go. So we'll see if it's a good thing that I didn't get my fill at 175. Oh, ASO. I will freely admit, guys, I actually took this one super early on a very quick scalp. I sort of broken a rule, whatever. But man, oh man, I'm not in it anymore, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously, but I'm not in this anymore. ASO, what a great turnaround. You have nothing on your halt for what, BKSY? Dak, it's on mine right here. You're talking about your BKSY and MAXR. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. I don't know why we don't have a halt on this one. Oh, well, we do have a halt. It was halted because of news right here, 9:49, so a long time ago. So it's been halted on news. All right, for those of you interested in the ELEV, I probably stick an alert right around here, around the 418, 420 mark, and see if it can take that out, okay? Yeah, Nordstrom's is starting to look weak now, guys, so I had my doubts that this could, maintain these levels all day long. I may be wrong. The stock that was halted about 5 minutes ago was BKSY. BKSY. Right here, BKSY. Oh man, I'm gonna have to delete ASO. This is killing me, guys. I was in that one at 26.86 and sold just over 27. All right, BKSY just opened. Let's see if it pops here now. Well, that was interesting, guys. So just yeah, I just sold it. I put the order in and I didn't realize it was still in there. And so I actually got the BKSY. What is that? 167 or something? Or sorry, at 169. I guess I put that in. So I'm just going to give it just a little bit longer to see if it has a pop from here. Remember, I tried to buy it, and I guess the order was still in there. I rarely, rarely do that. So that's the BKSY. Look at Cal now, guys. Cal now is over 26. Come on, BKSY, give me one little pop into the 80s or something. All right, guys, I'm out of it. Just in case, yeah, I'm out of it. I made just the pennies on the BKSY. If it was going to pop, it should have popped by now, in my opinion. So I got very lucky. Keeping an eye on that Nordstrom's, you know, it is just, it is, man, okay, you darn stupid thing. Now it's popping, BKSY. So my thoughts on it were, you know, came out of the halt and it did not explode, but it's starting to work now. But I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. Cal, guys, Cal, CAL. Nordstrom starting to give it up. Nordstrom starting to give it up. JWN. Ah, now I'm ticked. BKSY. Now it's this is what I'm supposed to do on the resume. Well, I didn't, because it didn't pop immediately. It dropped down to 150, came back up. It just didn't pop immediately. I got a little bit antsy about it. That's okay. Keep an eye, guys, on that SWTX. SWTX. It is basing really well here. What I do is probably put an alert around right at the high here, which is about 35. I'm going to put an alert around 35.50. Remember, this had such an interesting day yesterday, and it still has a couple of big price targets put on it. Not that that's necessarily going to mean anything. Boy, this market is ripping, guys. We're ripping here. Look at this. We had a negative open. It wasn't a horribly negative open, but we are ripping here. Yeah, Nordstrom's is just taking advantage. So I don't know if this is, I mean, I'm still biased towards a short, but I know some of you are following GME. Look at this. It never, ever, ever dies. There's almost at 100 again. Yeah, Nordstrom's is still strong. I mean, it is still strong. I mean, with the market. I mean, that was a little pullback here, but it is still strong with this market. Okay, so this is coming from your topping scan, BGFV, coming from your topping scan, and just underneath 13. I know you know that. Yeah, I mean, Nordstrom's now is at a high now, super strong. So right now, taking a topping play, with the market, with what it's doing, you just have to be careful. What's the volume like for BGFV? It's not an earnings play, but it's, of course, it's a retailer, and the retailers are having a day. Good to see. Wow, look at this market. We could get back to that magic 400 again. All right, guys. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of trade ideas. Okay, it's going to be a shorter one than I normally do. I just want to draw everybody's attention to the fact that we do have a promo code, a new one, for 25% off. So I'm going to put the promo code in because I'm not sure it's been updated on my website or my homepage. So there's a promo code you can use, test drive 25. And let's go to my homepage. I don't think it's been updated yet. So there's the promo code to use for 25% off. Okay, so if you go to, oops, yeah, it still hasn't been updated. So obviously don't use that one. Use test drive 25. Click on get trade ideas. Here's my recommendation. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. If you don't know this product well, do not take out an annual. There's no rush to do it. You can try us out for a month. You'll get that 25% off. You can take out a standard or a premium. You'll get 25%. Well, let me go to the monthly, sorry. You'll get 25% off the 118 or the 228 for the first month only. I mean, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay. So you can try us out. And if within 30 days you decide you love the program and you in fact want to upgrade to an annual, we will honor the 25%. So there's no mad rush to take it right now. I'm trying to get this short on BGFV. Doggone it. I kept tracing it down, didn't get it. Oh well. So, and the big difference is the AI, okay? Between premium and standard, the AI gave you a JWN, a CAL, okay? All these other ones. I'll go over it in a bit, and if you do take out a subscription, do the let's get started. Please do that. It'll take you 30 minutes out of your time. It starts off with the download and installation. There are 10 videos for a total of about 30 minutes. Okay, so please do that. That's the first thing you should do. So if I get if I get a question like, well, Barry, what is an alert window? I'm not going to answer you. I'm going to say, you obviously haven't done the let's get started. Okay. So you have to spend a little bit of time learning the software. Just get this, the rudimentaries down. And then you can go to the education section, and then in the user guide, just concentrate on these ones right here. You should have done the get started. You'll take a look at the channel bar. We have lots of theme layouts, lots of scans that are built into the channel bar. And then here, alert windows and top list windows. Just do these 4 to start. Afterwards, you can look at other things, but don't get overwhelmed by everything that's here. Daily support. So today is Wednesday, so it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. I take a break at around noon. Take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And I think it's Steve today. So before I leave, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you'd like to. And Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30 also. So when I shut down the main room at 3:30, you can head over to YouTube and Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. The webinars will start again next week. You can sign up for them all right here. And the back to basics. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock? And my scans. Again, on my homepage, lots of information, the Let's Get Started, all the education, and my scans. So if you want to have access to my scans, just click on that scan section. The gap continuation or reverse that you've heard me refer to today is there. So a lot of information on these three sections. So save my link and then you can look at this anytime you want. 25% off the first month only, Jamie, the first month only, okay? If you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll pay the full rate going forward. Look at how much I made on that BKSY and I see what the price is now. I am not happy. Yeah, I do see this now, the 10-year. Yeah, and it's not a low float. I mean, 60 million in the float is not a low float. Cal guys, Cal. A little bit choppy, but boy, what a nice earnings play today. And still has some room. You see that 29. This is, I mean, if this float information is right, that's a pretty impressive move. To move 75% with 60 million in the float. That's a very impressive move on that news. So of course, what is missing from here is how much it would be. It's a 10-year contract. But you know what? It's a nice headline. Yeah, actually, there are a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers too. 855,000 for BKSY on the short side. Okay, and just to keep going a little bit here, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. So if you're new to this, you're new to the room, etc. First of all, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. You mean this when you on a drop down, like here? I don't think so. But why would you want to clear it out? But I don't think so. You're talking about this on the drop down? Like what? But why would you even care about clearing it out? It should just always show you the last ones at the top. But I don't think there's a way to clear it out. No. So we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. It doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. You notice I shared a lot of my scans. We also have a lot of scans here. If you click on New from our toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, I will agree with you there. I don't understand what the order is, but to be honest, I don't even look at it. Idiot. I don't even look at it. I don't understand what that order is and why it isn't just as it would make a lot more sense if the last ones that you click are right at the top. Should ask that question. I'm not sure why that doesn't happen. So anyway, guys, here are a lot of scans that we are sharing, or a lot of channels, and they're all theme based. So if you click on momentum as an example, probably see BKSY right at the top here. Probably was the last one that was alerted. Yeah. Now you might say, well, wait a minute. It says time is 10:38 and it's 10:44. Why is it showing me now? Well, when you load a scan, an alert window, it's just going to show you the last one that was alerted. So if you like this scan, you can save it to the cloud. You can, of course, if you want, you can always modify it. If you don't like the price range, you don't like something about it before you save it, you can just make the change and then save it. So the whole idea really is to go through the different channels, maybe extract scans that we have created that you might like, and then save them to the cloud, and then bring them back one at a time. And then you can create your own layout, either from my scans or those scans, without actually having to create a layout from scratch. Okay? And then the AI, you want to follow the AI, make it super simple. Click on New, then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. I would sort on the profitable, okay, just so you see the ones that are working today. And I would incorporate this window. If you have our premium service, incorporate it as part of your, if you're part of the test drive, obviously you can do this, but if you have our premium service, just incorporate this as part of your layout. And then if you load trade ideas before the market opens, before 9:30, this will be blank, and all you have to do is just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? I guess that's a hack, Omni. Yeah, so you can duplicate it, and then I guess that is a hack. I just never even didn't really care, to be honest. And I know what you mean. Like, why isn't the very last one up here? I don't know. I don't really know why. Should ask that question. A moment. Just Excel. XLE. No, no. I should know this. XL. I just had it up. XRT. Thank you, PJ. Or yeah, XRT. Yeah, so Kidney is actually holding this financing. The KDNY is holding the financing price of 14. This out has some room, guys. Out has some room. OUT has some room. Look left on the daily chart and 2007. So this has some room. It's on the way. Investment pools and funds, etc. Definitely keep an eye on out. OUT. It's not an earnings play. Pretty good volume, 3.7 times normal. So I see the exit reason for these ones. These are a target hit, okay? So that's why. And again, let me just do something quickly here. So understanding what the AI is doing. First of all, there's an optimization procedure that happens. I don't know how many strategies we have anymore, but let's just say for argument's sake, there were 50. So it goes through an optimization procedure in the evening. And then the ones that make the cut are presented for the next day. Making the cut, there's a bunch of reasons for a strategy making the cut. So these are the ones that were alerted from the strategies that made the cut. Now, a lot of the strategies, they'll have a target. They might have a hold time and all of that. That's how they've been optimized. And that's fine for the strategy. But when you get an alert, an individual alert from the strategy, why would you get out just because the strategy is saying, well, you know, we've optimized this for $1.50 gain. What if the price, what if it's still working? Why would you get out? Or we've optimized this for a 1 hour hold period as an overall strategy. But as an individual alert from the strategy, if it's still working, why would you get out? Okay. So that's why we're always saying the ideal way to use the AI, not in auto fashion, you know, is let the system, you know, give you the alert. Then you can make up your mind, you know, when you want to trade it. You know, there's no mad rush to get into these things right at the penny. I never take a trade unless I take a look at the chart and just do a quick glance to see what the market's doing. Check to make sure the 200-day moving average isn't could potentially block if you're going long. Okay. And again, I understand that, you know, what people would love to be able to do is just to automate this. And, you know, some days it could work great. Maybe today would have been okay, but it's just not the way to go. So you must be in an old version, Midian, okay? The charts are now basically completely real time. If you click on help and about, okay, Midian, you click on help and about, what version do you have? Because if you get the latest version, there's no more 10-second. So click on help and about and tell me the version you're on, please. Since certainly now, see the charts, you can just sort of see it is tick by tick. Plus the data starts at 4 in the morning Eastern time and runs to 8 Eastern time. That was a big another change. Or are you talking about, yeah, so again, I don't understand. When you say TI updates every 10 seconds, you must be referring to our older charts because that's just not the case anymore. Now, if you're on a Windows 7 computer or something like that, like with, I'm not sure we can help. It's not supported anymore. Cal. CAL, guys. Tremendous one from the gap up and go. A little bit choppy, but, I mean, this trend is great now. Oh, well, okay, Midian. If your machine is so old, there's no way to, I'm not sure I understand the frequency whenever you click. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Like how old is your machine? I mean, obviously I could say get a new machine, but probably nothing we can do. I mean, I don't know how we could help. You can try support, okay? Certainly it's out of my capabilities. You can try support and ask the question, but they might ask you, well, how old is your machine? So are you talking about the top lists, Midian? I mean, obviously an alert window is going to give you a real-time alert, but that's what you want. So are you talking about top list windows? Top list windows update every 30 seconds. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys. So I'm not sure. I mean, you don't want a delay on a real-time alert. Now, if you've got an alert window that's just firing so many, then my advice then, if that's what you're talking about, my advice would be to, tighten up the filter so you're not getting so many alerts at once. You shouldn't, you don't want to otherwise you'll get nothing done. So if you're talking about a top list window, there's no way you can adjust that. Okay. So again, are you talking about a top list window, Midian? A T window. There's nothing you can do. They're going to update every 30 seconds. That's just the way it is. Now you can freeze it if you want, but so it sounds like a topless window. So, here's a topless window. It's going to update every 30 seconds. There's no way you can change that. But if you wanted to just sort of look at it for a while, you could freeze it, right click and freeze it. Then it's frozen until you unfreeze it. But okay, that's going to work for you. Perfect. Well, there you go, guys. GME 100. Free float and free float market cap. Well, market cap, of course, well, I don't know. I mean, I suppose the free float market cap, I never heard that term before, but I suppose if you took the float and multiplied by the price, that gives you the market cap, I guess, versus the true market cap, was the total share, which are the total shares outstanding, times the price. That's the true market cap. So I guess that's a term I've never heard before. Well, BKSI showed up on the basic new highs at 163. Okay, that's when it was just ramping higher. Showed up on the Halts resumes at $1.74, and it could have shown up earlier, but the problem is always, you might say, well, why? I would have liked to have seen it here, at $1.30 or so. You can construct a scan to show you anything. The problem is maybe the volume wasn't high enough. I'm just looking at to see when the first time it happened at the basic new highs. And yeah, so for instance, the current volume is 8. Now it seems like it should have been 8 earlier. The number of alerts you see is 45. So it had to make 45 new highs as an example. If I took that out, almost for sure I would have seen this earlier. The problem is that for everyone that would do this, you could get 10 others that do nothing and drop. So it's always a trade-off. Does that make sense, Tom? Let me just see also where it would have showed up on just a straight momentum scan without without the tougher filters. Yeah, so in the momentum scan that we've got, it would have shown up at 154. So a little bit earlier than this. Okay. That's in the momentum scan that I'm sharing. Also the one from the channel bar. And if you go to the momentum window. So two beauties, guys, from the AI. I mean, really nice ones, 8.5 and 6.3%. Nordstrom's and Cal, a couple of earnings plays. And even the Wendy's isn't terrible. What's going on with BNRG? I don't think I've seen that one today. So let's take a look at BNRG. Okay, so I guess this is an IPO. Yeah, beginning trading. So it's an IPO. That's what it is. Or let me make sure. Is it an uplisting? So okay, so I guess technically it's not an IPO because it's an Israeli stock that was trading. So now it's now trading on NASDAQ. Okay, so that's the deal. and it's been halted because of what it did. Clean energy. And hold on to your hats, guys. Why? Look at this. Look at this potential open for BNRG, 1350, 1350. It's halted at 630. Now, the reason it's not showing up on my halts resumes is because the volume is too low. It's only 7,000 shares. My minimum is 20,000. So it'll be interesting to see where this actually goes. Because I mean, again, the volume is so low. Okay, guys, I'm not going to go into too much detail about this window. Brokerage Plus, that's what it's called, and it's upper left-hand corner. Practice trading. That's all I'm going to say. You know, if you have an IB account or an IB or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. Putting the Brokerage Plus link in. Click on that Brokerage Plus link and you're going to look at Cal, guys. I don't Great earnings play. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. If you don't have an E-Trade account or an IB account, don't worry. You can still use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. You just don't have access to this feature. And it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, not available. Other way to use it is as a simulator. So, you know, practice trading before you commit money to the market. Practice trading. Really simple to use. You just click on Sim. Notice it says not connected right now. I click on Sim. It's going to change to account. And click on account. And now it's going to say simulated trading default. Okay. Now you can practice trading. Uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade. It doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you haven't decided who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, you can do so. All you need, you know, if you become a subscriber, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. Ooh, yeah, KDNY short, maybe. Might be a little late. I wouldn't say, Rebecca, that I mean, they're aware. I mean, I can't answer for every, you know, day trader. I'm aware of where the VWAP is. I don't necessarily have a scan that shows me a VWAP cross and the moving average crosses, stuff like that. I'm aware of them, but you know, for me, my alerts, the ones that I like, just really basic stuff. Stocks that are, you know, moving higher on momentum, and then check to see what's happening, you know, with the 200-day and the VWAP. That's me though. You know, there might be others that will have a VWAP cross. I mean, there's probably not one. It's very difficult to, you know, narrow it down to one strategy. I think they're just aware of it more than anything, Rebecca, as opposed to having it in a scan. So in my watch list, obviously two pretty good ones. Cal at 25.80. There's a dollar move there. And AEO 12.74. There was a dollar move there before it pulled back. The SITC has not really moved. So two really good ones there. This one actually bounced. This was on the short side. SGHC really done nothing. Cal. Well, you can come into the other room, Rebecca, and you can converse with them too. I think I can do that. I'm talking to myself, I know. No. Okay, guys, I'm just conversing with one of our with tech. Okay, I am. What time is it now? Wow, 11:13. What a fast morning. Fast morning. All right, now BKSY is actually acting kind of interestingly right now. So what's the next high looking left is 239. The longer it holds at 2, and if we get some volume coming in to pop it, the only issue is at 239. It's kind of close, but with that news, I mean, it's obviously has not given it up really. When I say given it up, it hasn't really sold off. So I probably put an alert, around that 209 mark and just see if it takes that out on volume. Yeah, so Rebecca, I mean, you can always come into the main room and you can ask, I mean, there are obviously, I'm not the only one in the room that has different, I have my own style of trading, all sorts of different styles of trading. So you can always come in here from time to time if you want. Wow, what a comeback also for ANF. Another one that just got killed yesterday on earnings. And what a nice bounce back for ANF. No, there's no bother. That's why we're here, Rebecca. Trust me. Lots of new traders. Don't worry about that. That's really, I sincerely mean that. There is no bother. We're here to help each other. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Now even Snap may take out yesterday's high, 1447. And I think Pins is maybe doing the same sort of move as Snap. Yeah, so Snap and Pins basically trading the same way. 1875 was the high, so it is above the high of yesterday. Now the market is starting to drift down a little bit, okay? So we're starting to give up some of those gains. The momentum scanner is well, there is a top, you talk about in the channel, there is the one I use is an alert window. Okay, giving me a real-time alert when things happen. All right, I'm hearing CLEU, but probably on the downside. Yeah, CLEU just getting it up. Not shortable for me anyway at Interactive. So Midian, I mean, the only way you can display, you're talking about this up here, is by going to a candle, and that'll start it anyway. But I think if you go to another, yeah, I mean, they seem to be well, first of all, you've got to go to a candle because that just makes sense. And that'll give you the display. So I think I've never really thought about it, but I guess what happens is if you move off the chart, move off the chart, Yeah, see, I'm not sure what this is referring to. Maybe the last candle as you move off the chart. So other than that, I don't know how else I can help you. I don't think there's no option. Yeah, there's no option to, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, again, you're asking me questions which I've never really thought about before. You know, I only want to see these values when I go to a specific candle. Now, I used to notice that too, that every now and then I'd go to a candle and I wouldn't see something, but I haven't noticed that in the latest build, so I don't know what build you're on. Are you talking about so I don't know what you mean by the very top of the charts. I mean, these change, of course, you're talking about these numbers up here. They're only static, I guess, once you move off, and it's maybe the last candle. As you move off and off and off, it'll be at the last candle, I guess. Is it like a big deal? I don't, I try. Okay, so you're shorting this one. I'm assuming real BKSY. Yeah, sometimes they don't show, but I've noticed in the last. I mean, it used to drive me crazy. You're right. Sometimes they wouldn't show, but I haven't noticed that in a long time. I'd have to change the symbol and go back to it for them to show, but I honestly haven't noticed that for a while. And so I don't know how else. I don't know how I can help. Okay, on that regard, again, you're going to have to go to support Midian. I can't help you. Sorry about that. I don't have a VWAP line on. I mean, I have my VWAP up here, so I don't use the VWAP on my charts as such. So I really can't help you. One of the other traders who maybe they have. Oh, they're back. Okay. Well, that's what I was saying. You know, every now and then I used to find that when I would hover over a candle, I wouldn't see these values. Haven't seen that for a long time now, though. This ASO kind of seems ripe for a fall, you know. I know it's on Zach's list that came in at 29.75, so it's just a little bit, it'd be interesting. I mean, remember now, this was knocked way down, had a tremendous recovery, and that's the ASO. Cal has just been awesome from my watch list, awesome from the AI. Who got it first? Yeah, I got it first, 2520. This came in at 2580. Why? Because, yeah, so it had to take out that high. Because remember, I put a delay of 15 minutes on this particular scan right here. And so there was the first 15-minute high, and it didn't take it out until right here at 2580 again. The AI, the AI actually got it on a pullback. Well, Tom, you can use my momentum window. Go to my scans and just get momentum. Momo. It'll look like this. I mean, not, this is a doc version, but I mean, if you just want, just go to my homepage, go to my scans, and click on Momo. Get that one. This is what you'll see. This is just a pure momentum window. So you know how to go. You've been to my homepage, right? So click on my homepage link. And then you will see that. Then go to my scan. Okay, well, click on my homepage link. Okay, when you do, this is what you're going to see. It hasn't been changed yet, so there's the promo code will be changed. And go to the scan section. Okay, right there, it says Barry Scans. Click here and Momo. Okay. I do this because, guys, it's obviously way easier for me to direct you to my homepage rather than my having to, share over and over and over all day long, people wanting, certain scans. It just makes it a lot easier for me just to direct you to my homepage, and then you can pick and choose the scans you want. Okay? Just let me know if you could find it from my homepage, okay? In the scan section. And that's just a pure momentum scan. Yeah, you can go there also, yes? It's the same scan. But if you just wanted mine easily, you just go to my homepage. But it's the same scan as is here. As Midian is saying, the dock channel bar, and go to momentum, and then right here. Once it loads, okay? There's a momentum scan. It's exactly the same. So, I mean, this is classic, guys. So look at the cal. The alert in the AI was 2520. AI got out at 2653 because of, I call it just an artificial target was hit. Why would you get out of the trade? It's 20. I'm not saying, when I get out some, fine, but why would you get out of the trade when it is still working? You're giving up not quite, you're giving up 80 cents just because of what I call an artificial target. Understanding that the strategies go through an optimization procedure with a target and all of that. But when you get an alert, you should be managing those exits on your own. I think the beta version is fine. I mean, I'm always on a beta, Midian. I never have an issue. I'm always actually on a development version. But yeah, I mean, the beta's there. It's fine. I mean, if it's on the website, it's fine. All right, guys, Nordstrom's starting to fade now. Starting to fade now. Area, if it can, boy, if it takes out this 2254, look out below. Look at that on that 15-minute chart. Starting to fade now. And with the market, take a look at the market. It is moving virtually with the market. So as the market keeps moving down, Nordstrom's could keep moving down with the market. All right, guys, this is 11:31. Ah, okay, it is not Steve today, it's Jamie. Okay, so Jamie now will be on Wednesdays. I understand now why that is. His meetings on Thursdays and it was interrupting. So we now have a new schedule. So usually it is Steve Gomez Wednesday in our YouTube room, but today it'll be Jamie. So Jamie is a big user of E-Trade and Brokerage Plus. So if you have questions about that, you can ask him. He's a much bigger user than I am. And that'll be in about 28 minutes. So before I take my break at noon, I'll put that YouTube link in so you can head over there if you'd like to. I've not had one from your scan, Zach, on a bounce. I've had a lot on the toppings, no bounces yet. Must be my filters. Yeah, there's the kidney, guys. KDNY. I know it's Chinook. There's the low looking left at 1371. Takes that out. It does have some room. This I did try to short this earlier and got out for pennies. And they did the financing at 14. This is the sort of move I was hoping for, and get down into the mid 60s, even high 50s would have been awesome. Okay, guys, BKSY now is over 2 again. I think Real was looking at a short on this one, so I mean, it worked for a bit, but it is still pretty strong. I have an alert set up here around 213 or so. Whoa, Nordstrom's JWN. Now it is. So yeah, let's take a look at XRP, the retail ETF, starting to fall. And with the market, Nordstrom's is starting to fall. Big area for it to, if it gets, well, it did get through that. Okay, BKSY, really interesting area here now. After that pullback, pop over 2. Well, if there is stuff, I guess there is, isn't it just the replay of the minutes from last week, something like that? If it is, I guess it's at 2 o'clock, I guess. But maybe somebody else has a better idea. Yeah, look at this big red candle now, guys. Big, big red candle here. So a lot of stocks that were soaring higher are probably dropping. And boy, this ASO looks so tempting. I mean, it got up to 3056. On Zach Scan, the alert was at 2975, so it's basically there. So if we think that this is going to be dragged down by the market, all right, guys, there it goes. There it goes, BKSY. Took out that high, and again, the next high looking left, it's not that far away, 239, but if we can get close to that and then break through, look out. What's the next high looking left on the monthly? That's the same. And then over here, it is 265. Nordstrom's, JWN. Watch the market. Oh, this ASO looks so, I mean, the market keeps doing this. How can this hold up? Especially at the beginning when this was way down. And this is the ASO. It just won't give up. Now I'm going to stick an alert at 29.62. There's a bunch of bottoming tails right there. But this is still pretty strong, even though the market is just, that's a big red candle. So what are we now? So Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little. Oh, man, that kidney. ADNY guys, yeah. I mean, I guess I should have paid a lot more attention to it after I got stopped out for this pennies gain earlier. So it's a 10-year contract, but just no. What is Spire shares? Spire. So this is, I guess this is somehow tied in with the BKSY. Well, I do not want to lose sight of this ASO. If it ever takes out this, say, 29.70 level, it might have a nice move down. And there goes the BKSY, another new high. So if you're in this one, that's your area of concern, 239 maybe. If it pops through that, then you've got more room before it hits the next high. And he meant 2 p.m., of course, not 2 a.m. Of course, it could be 2 a.m. somewhere in the world, but and the big thing about BKSY, look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume that is coming in. But can it get through this 239? That's way back, well, not way back, April 5th. All right, guys, again, I'm just continuing to watch the ASO for any sign of weakness. Well, good one. Was it you, Joe? I think on the KDNY. I know you mentioned to me. I just didn't act on it. And there's the low over here, 1371. So such an interesting looking trade right now. If it takes out 239, guys, the BKSY or 238. Sorry. Hmm. Well, it's right there. 238 is right there. It's only one day, but man, oh man, it's amazing how that works. 230, 239, 230. I'm sorry, I kept saying 238. 239 clears that, and yeah, way to the races again, maybe. And how's the volume? The volume is, still good. This candle just, kidney, good for you. I've had nothing in my 10-day daily breakdown today. That's what I'm talking about. Yesterday, of course, it was full. Nothing on the 10-day daily break, but on the breakout, yes. Yeah, some good ones on the 10-day daily breakout. Well, so far. I mean that is the stalling point so far. All right, guys, it's 11:48, so I will put the YouTube link in now. Jamie will be there in about 12 minutes, I guess, in our YouTube room. So I'll put the YouTube link in right now, so you can head over there. When I do take my break at noon to 1 Eastern time, of course. Well, that ASO is just not wanting to give it up. So again, I can try and anticipate that it would. I put a price alert down here around 29.70. Didn't take it out, so hey, maybe later on. Meanwhile, the BKSY right at the level again. Amazing. I mean, it's just 1 penny. It's right there, right there. 238, 239, 239, 240. Okay. Well, it's still hanging at that area. Ugh. I'm giving that because the KDNY that you're seeing here in the basic new right here, I have a text to voice and oh look at this 1342. This timing, man, oh man, oh man, my timing was just off. So much of this is just about timing. That would have been absolutely awesome. The 14 break down to 1342, and who knows where it's going now. I mean, this is the next low looking left is way down here at 1240. Ah, Jamie, you popped in. That was a little pop. Let me just see if I've got the site on mute. I heard you, Jamie. You can't hide from me. Yeah, I know. Do you want to start now or do you want to wait till noon? You should be able to hear me. Give me a moment here. So that the BKSY, why Hayes, I would have liked to have seen it really clear that 239. I mean, it cleared it by 3 pennies, which is really not enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert at 245 and see if it takes it out later on in the day. But congratulations on the kidney, guys, the KDNY. Anybody who took it. And I'm stubbornly going to keep watching the ASO for this break at around 2970-ish or so. I want to see if it takes out 2970 later on and gives us a nice looking short. If it does that, maybe. Now, let's take a look at Beyond again. Beyond Meat again, underneath 25. I should just short this on principle. So this Cal is still hanging tough. A little bit of a pullback from the high. Well, quite a bit, I guess. 70 cents or so from the highs. I mean, so two great alerts from the AI so far. A surprising one with the Nordstroms. Only surprising in what, of course, happened with all the retailers starting, I guess, last week. So, Jamie, do you want to take over? I guess I can't hear you. If you're talking, I can't hear you. And the site is not muted. I've just muted it. I unmuted it. So if you want to take over, you can. Okay. Just going to wait for you to start sharing your screen. All right, there's Jamie's screen. Okay, Jamie, I'll put the YouTube link in.
Okay, Barry, I believe I have the steering wheel.
Yes, you do. You do. Okay, James, I'll mute myself.
Yay. Okay. Sounds good, Barry. We'll see you in about an hour. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you have eyes on my desktop and can hear me. But if someone would be so kind as to use the chat panel and just let me know everything's working good. Hello, Willow. Thank you very much. Okay, we're good to go. Good little crowd in here. So perhaps some of you might be test drivers. So this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So any questions about TI in general, go ahead and use the questions panel or the chat panel to get them out there. I'll do my best to answer them. That is correct. Midian, thank you. Scott, thank you. Yeah, what Barry was just saying about the retail there, and obviously the AI cranking out a really good trade on JWN, which is Nordstrom's. Notice the pattern here, bottomed out on that wick, shot right up. Dick's pretty much following suit. Little sympathy play there, as you can see right here, very similar to what we just saw in JWN. But on the topic of the AI, boy, well, we got quite a few signals here. Let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5 of those are longs, 3 are shorts, and a pretty good little mix here and 2 target hits today. One in Nordstrom's. This cow was a really sweet trade as well. Also in retail trade. Little B plus action right there. Took the AI's advice. I got out up there, left a little bit on the table, but oh well. I can live with that. Okay, Tom, how do you add a momentum scan to your layout? Okay, so I'm assuming you probably are using the PC downloadable version. If you're using the web version, it's a little bit different. So Tom, are you using the downloadable Windows client? If so, it's pretty straightforward. But really, when you say momentum, there's a lot of different ways to kind of describe momentum. Typically, we associate that with a stock that's really either moving up on the day consistently, and usually we like to see some volume accompanying it, or maybe it's hitting some key levels on technical perspective. Okay, so you are using this client. Okay, so very good. So, for example, let me move my race over here. Now, when it comes to momentum windows for myself, I like these little guys right here, turbo breaks up and turbo breaks down. And the way that I'm defining momentum is as follows. And if you want something a little bit different, you let me know. Or if you like these, I can easily share the cloud links. So what do we have going on in this turbo breaks up window for momentum? Well, if I right click and hit configure, you can notice the configuration is pretty simple. I've got one alert right here, and then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 filter settings in place. Now, the alert is very simple, and it's just a new high. I want to see things hitting a new high on the day, intraday, and they have to be meeting this pretty shallow but specific filter criteria. So nothing over 150 bucks, had to have traded 100,000 shares already today, and we have to have relative volume of 3, simply meaning that compared to normal, if we see a relative volume reading of 3, simply means it's on pace if the volume continues to finish trading approximately 3 times the normal amount of shares that it does on any given trading day. So if we take a look at some of the things coming through here, don't know why I'm getting some lag on my charts today, but most of these are going to be in uptrends. Of course, the market is green too, but bottom line is these things are all doing significant relative volume. And now if I just move my single stock window over here, clicked on Cibio, what's relative volume right now? 9.63. So that's definitely some healthy relative volume there. So Tom, you let me know, does this make sense to you, or were you looking for something a little bit different? Because I've got the same thing going on over here to the downside, stocks hitting daily lows, but accompanied with 3x relative volume. So the only difference between these two windows here is one is looking at intraday highs, one is looking at intraday lows. No, I typically use these windows for finding range breaks for the session. You know, whatever the range is thus far, if it's breaking out of that range, it has to be hitting a high. If it's breaking down from that range, it has to be hitting a low. So we can see here beyond, we had a nice little pre-market range break. But notice since the regular session has started, it's just been pretty much in an uptrend, starting to wedge up here a little bit, might make a move higher later in the day, kind of backing down right to that 10 period, which is the green line there, which is typically a good indicator of momentum as well. So while we're talking about momentum stocks, notice that Beyond has been above this 10 period moving average. And a lot of the times when a stock is in play for the day, and we're looking at the smaller time frames, this 10 period is going to be a really good guiding hand. And they'll get pretty extended, and a lot of the times they'll stay above it for quite some time. But eventually, when that pullback does occur, this is a very interesting pullback to pay attention to. Stock that's in play up significantly, they have to take their pullbacks. And a lot of the times, if the stock really is in play for the day, it'll pull back right to about this 10 period. And then depending on what happens, right now it's looking like Beyond has a pretty good chance at closing. Let's see, we got about 12 more minutes in this 15-minute candle. So two things are going to occur here, potentially. We're either going to get a close below this 10 period, which would indicate a potential momentum shift, or we're going to close back above it, indicating strength, setting up for potential move higher. And of course, looking over here at the daily, what we have going on right here, we've got room. Day before yesterday, we're butting up to close to that high right here. But if this thing gets frisky again, up to the previous day's high, could be fair game there. Hi, Iris. Hello, Raj. I lost the list of your race from last week. Can you post it again? Sure. I would assume that you're probably referring to this race over here, Iris, the hugging the 10. And by the way, while we're on this topic real quick here, I'm going to extend this up a little bit so you can see all the winners, of course. They're tallied over here. But one thing that started catching my eye pretty early on, I should say, is Cal. Cal was all over the place. 26 1-minute races won, hugging the 10. Look down here, 25 races run. And of course, this was a trade by the AI today. Nice little entry right here at that 25.18 level. and we got a nice run. AI plugged out up here on the profit target hit, and we have continued to move higher. But this one was on my radar early from the races that it was winning in that first 30-minute period. So talked about, touch base with this a couple times in the past. When something's already on your radar, maybe it's your end of day list or just from one of your favorite alert windows, or perhaps in this case, as it was today, the AI, it's already on your list from winning a bunch of races early on. Then you see it produced in another window that could be the AI or one of your other favorite alert windows. And if the setup looks good, gives you the confidence to maybe hold that thing for a little bit longer than you normally would, based on seeing it come through the races and knowing that it has that gusto or that oomph that's needed. So a lot of the times we can notice correlations within our races on symbols that are coming from other windows, whether that be the AI or just another favorite alert or top list. So Iris, and by the way, let me refresh everyone's memory. This race is being powered by a top list. So if I right click and I say open the top list, then this is the top list that the race is keying off of. Once you have a top list, you can just do the opposite of what I just did there. Right click and launch the real-time stock race. So what I'll do is I'll just drop the cloud link for the top list in there. Hugging the 10 top list slash stock race as well. Okay, there is the hugging the 10 right there. All right, Tom, circling back to you, what is the one in the channel bar? I can use that in my layout. The one in the channel bar. Okay, let me do this. I'm just going to spawn a docked channel bar here. Now, was it a specific channel that you're referring to there, Tom? Because we do have the momentum channel. Is this the one you were talking about here? If so, I can easily activate that channel. And you can do this not only for this channel, but any other channel that you might have an interest in trying some of the windows from. Right now I've got this container. Of course, it's free floating. But let's say, for example, all of my windows on my default layout are free floating. They're not in a container, such as this one. So let's say you've been watching this channel for a while and you really like this momentum ticker over here, right? But it's in a container, but you want to pop it out and then make it part of your layout. So what you would do first is pop this window out into a free floating version by right clicking, and we can say duplicate into a free floating window. All right. Now I could completely, close the channel. I accidentally pulled that guy out too. But now I've got a free floating window that I've extracted from that specific channel, and I can find a home for it wherever that might be on my layout. And then once I do that, say I want to park this guy right here so that he always comes back up right here. To do that, all I would do is position it, come over here and hit File, save my layout. It's always going to default to your default layout, which is the layout that'll be spawned when you first open up Trade Ideas. And of course, this is the local save, which will save to your hard drive. So anytime we say save layout, load layout, we're accessing the local hard drive. But we could save the entire layout to our cloud as well. And I would say save the entire layout. It's going to check all the boxes. We name it and then save it to the cloud. All right, Wendy's, another AI trade. Funny thing about this one is I saw it early too. I was like, it doesn't look so bad. Eyes were here earlier, looking at the little area that could have acted as resistance, but as you can see right here, it did not. As soon as it poked above here, we got the AI signal. It was like, okay, another one, right? Another one just like CAL that was winning a bunch of races. I can't remember where I saw Wendy's. I think it might have been, no, I think it might have just been my turbo brakes window, um, as it was pecking around highs here early on. But that was before. Yeah, that was right about the same time. Not the prettiest pre-market range there on Wendy's. All right, good deal, Tom. And the KDNY short actually working pretty well today for the AI. Kidney. Not a bad little entry here. And then check out what happened. Once we came down here, meandered around a little bit, popped that pre-market low, and then released quite well. So looking over here on the daily, you know, this thing's got some decent volume. Check out the volume level in it right here. Relative volume of 19.45. So this issue is on pace to trade about almost 20 times the amount of shares that it normally does. Not the biggest float in the world. 36 million shares, already kicked out 2 million today. And we're just right in the middle of no man's land right here, the middle of these bars right here. So if we go down and tap that low, we might, you know, might move a little bit lower today. Definitely has the room. Okay, Raj, you were asking for the turbo momentum scan. No problem. I'll dump these cloud links in there too. Well, I thought I did that. Okay, so here is turbo up. Well, is my chat functioning? All right, there's the long side. And the short side, or the downside, I should say. I say that because most of the time I'm looking for the range breaks that occur in the middle of the day. Here's an okay example, more of a little intraday flag action, came down here, set this low. Then we consolidated for a brief bit above it, came down here and punched that low, and boom, a nice little release. Of course, it's not like I'm just immediately jumping on any symbol that comes out of here. This is just what I refer to in most of my windows. These are high quality information streams that meet the volume criteria that I typically like to see. But then the pattern, has to be there, right? Most of the time, these things are either, past the sweet spot or too extended. So you have to filter through about, depending on the trading day, could be 10 or 20 symbols. And then you might find one where the timing is appropriate, where that breakout point has just been breached, either to the upside or the downside, and you can, not feel like you're chasing it. All right, Midian, just reading your question here. Indicator values at top of charts disappear at times until you click a different symbol. Can you mention it too? Yeah, absolutely. And I know that that's already on the to-do list. Some of the indicators weren't updating. Some of the data is disappearing. So we are aware of that, and they are working most expediently to correct those issues, Midian. Hi, Rebecca. Do you play crosses of moving averages or VWAP? I used to be a big VWAPer, but that was a very long time ago. And when I say a very long time ago, probably around 2008, 9, 10. That's when I was really into VWAP, and it was mainly automated trading, fading things that were, say, you could say a couple different ways to describe that: up three standard deviations, or experiencing a positive VWAP divergence of 3%, or the other side of that coin, negative VWAP divergence of 3%, or down standard deviations, or down three standard deviations, all betting on convergence back to the mean. The rubber band is stretched out. At some point, it will release back down. Um, Not really my favorite mode of trading these days. But as far as moving averages go, um, I'm pretty much a simpleton. Got the 20, the 50, 200. For the longer terms. My favorite one, which by the way was introduced to me by Steve Gomez quite a few years back, for the intraday period on the 15-minute chart here, the green line, the 10 period, what's also referred to as the fast line, right? Notice ACGN, healthy little gap down, sellers in control on the open, consolidated for a while, and then broke down again. Notice the 10 period here. It's ruling the roost, right? It's on top. Now, if we look at, say, JWN, it's the exact opposite. Ever since we breached above it today, it's been in full control. Notice what I was saying earlier. On a pullback, they can't just keep going up. You never know how far they're going to go up, but we can guesstimate what potential resistance might be on the daily, and JWN, kind of a perfect example of that right now. It's kind of stalling out right here at the high of this little area, back from the 18th and 19th, right? It's taking a little breather. If it does get frisky again as it's consolidating up here, we might get a little excursion to this next little tranche right here. So far, it's looking very strong. Now, is it just going to go sideways into the close, or is it going to make another run? Time will tell. But notice the level here. Notice as soon as we came down here below the 10 period, wicked back up and closed, and a move higher to, the highs of the day. So that's one of my more favorite intraday moving averages is the 10 period. Okay, your question, Rebecca, do I no longer do this because of the risk reward ratio or less win ratio? Well, from my experience when I was heavy into that, um, you just never know where a stock is going to stop when something gets in play. Um, and what I found out is I had to be in a lot of those trades, right? Because, trying to handpick them, you better be ready to average in because, you might have success on two, three, four trades. And if your risk parameters and your trading plan isn't real solid, you can give back all the profits on two or three or four successful trades on one that gets out of hand, right? So when you're playing the convergence to the mean game, and let's just try to drum something up here real quick to use as an example. Maybe I got something in my cloud for that. Okay, this is probably a pretty decent example. Okay, HIB definitely been on a tear today. We got the nice pre-market range break right on the open, I think so. Let's see where that guy opened, 40.80. So yeah, we opened below that level. Boom, took a pop, and this thing, nice big green day. What are we up so far today? Up a meager 20%, right? But look, let's see. Right now we're up 7% from VWAP. And I think, yeah, and a positive VWAP divergence of 4 or higher. If I show the quality column, that should give us the VWAP excursion. So right now, WKME, and not such a pretty chart, but if we take a peek at the history here, we're going to see a lot of stocks that are up today. So 3% positive VWAP divergence. A lot of the time, stocks will peel off, come back down after that. But as you can see here, not HIB went 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So, even when we see areas that could act as potential resistance, on the longer term time frames like this one, I mean, just blew right through it, and who knows where this thing's going to stop. So the thing about playing convergence to the mean, shorting things that are up so many standard deviations and hoping to get that pullback, or purchasing, otherwise known as, you know, trying to pick bottoms. It's really what it is. You're trying to pick tops, you're trying to pick bottoms. It's one of the hardest games to play. So, you know, not saying that it can't be done successfully. It's just one of the harder techniques. I mean, intraday trading in itself is the hardest of all trading pursuits. And then when you throw convergence to the mean on an intraday basis on top of day trading, well, that's an expert. If it was a ski slope, it'd be a triple black diamond, right? Um, so, that's my little sermon on fading things that are up X amount of standard deviations, or away from VWAP, and purchasing stocks that are below those levels. All right, just trying to catch up on questions here. Iris, how can I get the lights on your charts, like street lights? Are you referring to a specific color scheme here, Iris, or when you're talking about street lights, not really sure what you're getting at there. You just talking about green, red? Is the wind getting some traction here? Oh, it's starting to back off a little bit. Yeah. Oh well, we'll see what it does for the rest of the day. All right, Rebecca, you're not always able to trade in the first 60 minutes. Do you have any good strategy recommendations with a scan to boot? Well, I don't necessarily have any canned things for, saying, hey, this is the best thing to use 60 minutes into the open. Matter of fact, a lot of people, even a lot of seasoned traders, they're going to sit out at least the first 15 minutes, because there's a lot of noise and there's a lot of head fakes in that opening 15 minutes. So if you're not real nimble, you can get run over pretty quickly here. Um, but I have started, we've started upping our, we got intraday trading, and then we have things that are producing decent swing trade setups as well. Um, so our trader's eye, right? I don't know if all of you are familiar with the trader's eye, but it's a recent development. So if I pull up another docked channel bar and we scroll down here, where's the trader's eye? I thought I saw it. Oh, there we go. Okay. So trader's eye. Now this is the eye for today. Let me make sure that's the right one. Right. Okay. I've got my trader's eye down here, but you can see Go Long and MGY are in the resident version here. And this is a top list that's going to be updated on a daily basis. So if you see a symbol pop in here, it is because one of the traders here at the firm said, hey, this looks good for swing trade potential. And you're going to see the symbol show up in here. So let's take a peek. And by the way, once again, same protocol. You want to pop this window out, make it part of your default layout, like what I've done. You just right click, pop the window out, duplicate into free floating window, and then you can find a home for it. Okay. So when the market first opens, a lot of the times this window is blank. Once people start spotting decent, what they perceive to be decent swing trade candidates, come on, chart, you're killing me here. Okay, that one's linked to a different group is why. So I'll just use my window. Okay, notice what we have going on here and go long, kind of wedging up on the daily right here. Notice the 10 period is in control. I was referencing the 10 period back here on the 15, but it's also a very good indicator on the daily as well. So it's holding the line here, the 10 period's in control. And if we took a position here for a multi-day swing trade, could be a day, could be 2, 3, just depends on, how the stock behaves after that. Then, let's say we buy, go long right here, 24.20-ish, right? What would I use as my risk level? Okay. Well, we get some nice correlation between the smart risk level here. And if I just drag one of these lines down here to kind of coincide with what we're seeing right here on the moving averages as well. Now, if we use the bottom of this candle or just below the 10 period, look what it's done thus far. That might be kind of pushing it a little bit. So if I had to pick a risk level here, I would probably use a close on the daily candle below the red line, which is the 20 period. Okay. We had an excursion below it, but never a close. We had a kiss yesterday, but not a close. And now here we are today. So if I was going to take a swing trade and go long around 20, 24-ish, then my risk level would be just under that 20 period there. So risk of slightly less than 1 point there. And then I would size my position accordingly. If I did 100 shares, I'd be willing to risk a little less than $100 on that swing trade. Um, the stock that was on, one of the stocks that was on the Trader's Eye yesterday, this little guy right here, SFL. Why are you stuck there? Thank you. Okay. Um, once again, wedging up here. If we just went like this, we were wedging up, and then today is occurring. So I got long a little bit here yesterday with a pretty tight stop. I took the low of this candle, went about 11 cents below it. And so far, so good, up a little bit, but we'll see what happens. Risk is clearly defined. The trade either works or it gets stopped out. See, I did start another little position yesterday too, and this is the one that didn't make the eye, but Steve called it out yesterday before this little dip happened. We were trading around up here. Steve says if we get a pullback to the 10 period, that'd be a pretty nice entry. Check out what happened. Little excursion below it, but a nice close. Fired off on my price alert that I had set right here, Ventnor. If it falls below there, let's take a little piece of it. And I didn't quite get the bottom. I think on my position, I'm up 50 something cents right now, but that one's, starting to gel. And hopefully we'll maintain the line here and see if it can get another lift. But notice this sector that we're in here, energy, no big surprise there. Okay, so Rebecca, I kind of went off on a different tangent there, but also to the tune of multi-day holds, swing trading. Not only do we have the eye, which you can watch every day and watch the symbols that are added on a daily basis, but you can also watch our TI strength alerts. Okay, we've got the strength channel. You can pop this window out. These are plays that are issued every Monday, and these things have, technical viability. They're technically strong, thus the term strength alerts. So this is also a good source to check out potential swing trades. And of course, we do have the trade of the week, which is issued by Steve Gomez every Monday as well. So all three of those categories, strength alerts, the eye, and the trade of the week, plenty of swing trade alert, plenty of swing trade ideas in there. All right, is the Market Explorer already working in real time? Yes, let's pull one up here. And I got to say, I'm probably a little bit behind, man. We just keep coming up with so much new stuff. But once I spawn the Market Explorer, we right click and then we can select the windows. Were you referring to any specific scan in the Explorer, Yuta? Yeah, not really sure what you're looking at there, Iris. It must not be the I window because right now we got Go Long and MGY in there. But if anybody wants this free floating version of the I, I'll just drop it in there. Okay, you're talking about the 820. This top one right here, I'm assuming. Yeah, okay, the first one. Okay. All right, so we had a bunch yesterday, 24th, but seeing as how today is the 25th, I don't see anything yet for today. Yeah. So I'm not sure if there just haven't been any produced today. Let's check out the gaps. 23rd, 24th. Yeah, we got a big gap here, the 12th, and then nothing since the 18th. So I'm not really sure. Let me back channel somebody real quick here. Let's see what Michael says about that scan. Okay, well, I'm waiting for Michael to respond here. Let's see. I heard Barry talking about Beyond, and I just have to pull that one up real quick here. Getting a little mercy today, but not looking so healthy on the long term. Heck of a bounce. Kind of reminds me of what Pins did yesterday. Pins is gasping for breath here after that little bottom out yesterday. But both of these guys looking pretty sickly. Here we're looking at Pins on the weekly. Wow. Talk about a fall from grace. And then let's pull up our fake meat friend as well. Beyond. What do we top out there? 220, but not for long. And now almost a 10x cut, a decrease by 10x. Wow. Yeah, and I think this one should be updating. I think they're going to have to go in there and see why it stopped. Not really sure about that one, Yuta, right now. Any idea when BNRG will resume? Ah, a baby. Happy birthday, BNRG. As you can see from the little red dot up here, or red cylinder, it's currently halted. And not sure exactly when it halted, but I can find out. And this one, I'm not sure why it's not showing up. I'm sure it met all the filter criteria, which, oh wait, we got 7,200 shares traded so far, and I'm mandating that. That's probably why it's not showing up. Now, if we take a look, BNRGY. Okay, BNRG, there it is. So we halted 15 minutes in and no resume yet. Not really sure why this one's taking so long. Let's just make sure I'm not missing something here. Yeah, so 13 minutes and 33 seconds into the open, halted because of reason 26. Not really sure what that means off the top of my head, but probably order imbalance or whatever. But yeah, they usually don't halt them for that long. Bryn Miller Energy. So interesting long halt. I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine as to when it might resume, but definitely a long halt. Oh, is that what they're saying? 9:43? Oh, yeah. The halt time. And 8:43 for me because I am in Central Time, 1 hour behind East Coast. So we shall see. Let's see. Coolers are back in play today. Yeti having a nice little upside from that opening range break. Kind of a nasty little range there, 40-43. Almost 2 points there. But notice what happened right here. Once we crack those pre-market high levels, acted as a nice little springboard for a move higher, 40.59 up to almost 43 there before the stock in play takes its pullback. Notice what happened here. We got a close right here below the 10 period. And now it's looking like it has a chance of peeling off a little bit more. Yeti, another one that's, it hasn't been punished 10x, but it is definitely cut in half. As we zoom out here and look at the weekly. In the Mighty Merc, which was a trade of the week a couple of weeks ago and has just been performing phenomenally. Still up about 4 points from that original signal. Not this one, but a couple of Mondays ago. Speaking of, let's look at talk about another fall from grace. Moderna topping out almost at 500 and almost a 5x cut on that one. As we base out down here, notice the green line. 10 period is now in control. How's my Luna position? Well, we had a funeral for it, as all Luna people. Fortunately, I didn't have size in Luna. I had just started dabbling around with that one. And so most of the Luna that I had, you know, I didn't go buying it hand over fist with US fiat money. Maybe sucked in a couple up there. But the Gemini, which is one of the major crypto exchanges that the Winklevoss twins founded, they've got a credit card now that you can use, and you know, instead of your rewards coming in fiat cash, you can pick whatever crypto you want to get little fragments of. So I had mine pointed to Luna, right? So fortunately, my exposure to Luna was only what I had received in credit card rewards through that card. I probably bought a few coins with fiat up there, but I just started, you know, playing around with Luna before it imploded. So, you know, once again, that's a really great lesson for risk management, right? If you had your stops in, you lost your money, but you didn't ride it all the way to zero, right? And while we're talking about Luna, interestingly enough, that's the way markets should work, in my opinion. You know, here we are in the US equity markets, and oh no, we're going to halt it every, 5 minutes or whatever to let the quote unquote market makers adjust, right? But Luna was the perfect example of when something goes wrong, that's what happens, you know? Risk management is key. There was no halt. There was just trading, trading, trading down to zero. And actually, it's not even at zero. I think it never went to actual zero. It's 0.0000 something, Um, but close enough, close enough. If anything, it's a good cautionary tale, you know. Hey, trade crypto, but always have your stops in. Yeah. No, the only thing I hold long term in the crypto space is, well, the original, the OG, the one that started it all, which is of course Bitcoin. That's what you don't hear a whole lot of people talking about. It spawned the entire industry. The entire industry is there because of Bitcoin. A multi-billion dollar industry was created out of that. Did it open on us while we weren't looking? And they halted it already again. Let's see how long that lasted. Okay, so look, they resumed it at 11:41:28, and it was open an entire, what, 16 seconds? You know, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, we got to halt it again. Okay, everybody get ready. It's like musical chairs, right? Make sure that I have a chair to sit in. Okay, go. And they couldn't even manage to trade it for 14 seconds before they halted it again. Well, there you have it. Exactly. Yeah. Good question. I do not know, but kind of comical. Let's see. Was it 7,000 shares? Oh, they clipped off 12,000 shares. Let's see. In this candle, we had 5,000, about 5,200 shares traded. And then in this candle, in 5 minutes, 12.36 thousand shares. Let's even look smaller. Okay. 1 minute candle, same volume, right? So once again, 14 seconds it was open. They had to halt it again. Good job, guys. Yeah, that's one way to trade it. Very small share size. All right, how we doing on time? Okay, we got about 14 minutes till the top of the hour. Is it all about watching level 2, placing your bid off those order sizes, and then a heavy dose of hope? That's one way to do it. VGFC crossing VWAP. Yeah, that was a nice little pre-market area. Of course, you could have gotten long some a little bit as it broke that level, but it's set up really nicely again, even though it's like the second little tier here. It's very orderly progress right there. These are some of my favorite things to hit on the open, if you feel compelled to trade that open, because you have a reference point. Hey, we're breaking above the pre-market range. It's the same pattern as if you're playing opening range breaks in the regular session. But a lot of the times, if you can catch these right, you get that big push in the opening 45 minutes or an hour. Notice the action right around the 10 period. You know, big, huge volume in this guy. Of course, it's a 20-cent stock, but hey, a move is a move. And the most original name on the planet, the Very Good Food Company. What should we name it? Hey, let's just call it Very Good Food. All right, sounds good. Okay, Aya, how do I interpret negative call, or I guess you meant to say put premium there? Well, the short answer is I don't. I don't really dabble in options much, right? Unless it's like an earnings play and I'm simply just going to make a bet on a higher or move lower, which is, more like gambling. Um, so I'm not the best person to interpret, what might be a good premium. When I hear premium in options, typically that reminds me of people who sell premium, which typically those are people who are long the stock, right? So for example, let's say you're long a ton of JWN. And let's say in the future, let's say JWN makes it back up to well, first we'd have to get through this little level of congestion, but let's pretend for a moment that eventually, over the course of time, and the weekly might not be the best example here. Okay, so this is clearly a level that's probably going to give it a little bit of trouble, right? But let's say after so many days, could be 5, 10, 15, 20. Let's say JWN eventually gets back up to these levels, right? Starts bumping its head here. You're up considerably in the stock, and you're thinking to yourself, I'd like to protect my gains. So then you pull up maybe some barely out of the money call options, right? And they're trading for a pretty decent little premium, and you're long the stock. You could sell those call options and keep that money. And if the stock does not close above that strike price, before your options expire, then you just get to keep that premium and your contracts never get exercised, and you're keeping that premium as a way to hedge against a downturn in the common stock, right? But the other side of the coin is if it trades above and closes, and stays above consistently above that strike price, then you may get called out of your stock, right? So when I hear the term selling premium in options, that's typically what I'm thinking about, because if you don't have an underlying position and you're just selling premium naked, right? Well, that's just like shorting a stock. That price can get way out of control. So it's a very dangerous proposition to sell premium naked, right? Um, Good question, Circle. My first go-to for things like that would be, the similar. Let's see. Are there any other ways than looking on FinViz to find all the small cap stocks in the food and agriculture sector? Okay. So like, what was that one we were just looking at? Very Good Foods. What's the market cap here? Oh, VGFC. Jamie's dyslexia creeping in. Okay. Very Good Food Company. What's our market cap? We're sitting down here at 40 mil, right? Not the biggest, not a huge float. And then when we go to similar, we get nothing. Hmm, interesting. Usually that's my go-to, but as you can see here, nothing in there. Good question, Circle. Finding all the smaller cap, I think you were referencing, yeah, food and agriculture. Um, I guess we just have to find some other stocks that might, hey, look, we populated. Okay, I guess it just took a while to load up all the symbols there. Okay, now we've got a decent list. Tea companies, superfoods, natural grocers, the chef's warehouse, and we could quickly just add market cap here if you wanted to. Let's see here. Yeah, we just have to cycle through here because I don't think I can add market cap as a column here. But this would definitely be a list to peruse and then check out market cap over here. Make sense? Perfect. Otherwise, I mean, I'm sure if you Googled that topic, you could probably find quite a few sources out there. Let's see here. The chatter about GME this morning. Having a pretty good little run. Notice that 10 period, boy. The guiding hand today as it pokes its head back above 100 one more time. Yeah, so once again, similar to the similar tab in the single stock window, always a great way to find similar stocks in the same sector.
James. Jamie. Jamie can't hear me.
Market kind of softening up here. Webs was a really decent example of once that, even though there're just a few dashes there and one down here, of course, on ones like this, I typically look at the candle bodies, but either here or here, quite obvious what happened when those levels were broken in the regular session. Nice, settle down,
Yeah,
moving webs. Of
he
course,
probably
this is
has
an
he has the
ETF,
site
but
on.
hey,
I don't want to
a
talk over
pattern
him.
is a pattern. Oh, Barry's talking to me? Okay, Barry, I can't hear you. So just let me know in the chat panel when you're ready to take the helm.
I am ready. I am, you can't hear me, but I am ready.
I don't know why I can't hear you, or you can't hear me typically.
Unmute.
Okay, Barry, if you're ready, just go ahead and grab it, and then I will end my transmission. Thanks, everybody. Always a pleasure.
All right, guys. No, we just got to get rid of all this nonsense that is
Okay,
coming
Barry, I
in
see you
here.
again.
Okay. All right, guys. I am back in both rooms now. I'm back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. And now, listen. I was listening to the conversation about that what the BNRG and how to trade it. You don't. I mean, it's that simple. You can't trade something like that. Look where it got halted. It got halted with 7,000 shares. And when it opened, I mean, so something that gets halted on 7,000 shares, anything can happen. So there was no way you could really trade it. The only time I ever play halts, if I'm lucky enough to get in before a halt, but I would never take anything, if it's only traded 7,000 shares. So I wanted to chime in there because that was my hard and fast answer. Yeah, don't trade it. You just, some halts you just have to disregard completely. Meanwhile, man, oh man, that kidney, it's really, really disappointing for me. I didn't actually, you know what? I didn't even realize that it was an AI alert. I didn't know it was an AI alert. I was seeing this because we saw this in the pre-market. And so I had no idea it was an AI alert. Well, 10:37, of course, I was in this short a lot earlier than that. And I got stopped out for a few pennies and then I just kind of forgot about it. I didn't even realize that it was an AI alert. Yeah, and that one is still not even making my pulse resumes because it's underneath 20,000 shares. Yeah, I mean, so, there are some trades, you just we know about them because they get halted and they're going to show up. So you take a look, but the minute you see 7,000 shares or some crazy low number, you just have to forget about it. Well, guys, as BKSY is rearing its ugly head one more time, is this the time it's going to really blast through? This has been a tough one. Well, I was listening to his Luna comments also and having stops. Could you have actually had a stop though in Luna and had it exercised? I mean, I don't know anything about it. I mean, I other than what I read, but I mean, if you had a stop in place, wasn't it more likely it would just blowing right through your stop? I mean, it's like having a stop. Let's just say for argument's sake, I want to get into BKSY, okay? And I say, okay, I'll take it right now at 250. I'll put a stop in at 240, okay? And all of a sudden it starts to move down, and all of a sudden selling just completely and utterly accelerates, and it drops down to 190. I may not be able to get out. Maybe I get out. Let's just say I took 1,000 shares. I might get out 200 shares, maybe. And so I'm wondering what would have happened in the Luna. I mean, it dropped so quickly, didn't it? But that's just in general. Yeah, it's all well and good to have a stop. But if it's a stock that just gets utterly trashed in seconds, it could blow right through your stop. And Tom, I'm sorry you had to ask that question again about momentum. I don't know if you're still in the room, but I thought I answered you. I mean, I directed you to my website or to my homepage. I showed you there was a Momo there. You could have that, but I guess you must not have, I must have not have answered it completely for you. All right. Put your alert, forget about it, set the alert at around 254 for this BKSY. See if it takes it out later on volume. I mean, it's over that 239 level. So the next high, I believe, is 315 on the actually 265 is the next high on the monthly chart for BKSY. QK is running. Let's take a look at QK. Yeah, it is. This is one that I would not have seen until it broke one. I don't look at anything under $1. If there's any news on it. Issuance of shares to CB holders. So they did have some news this morning, which caused the stock to pop a little bit. You know, this one's got a little bit of room, guys. Pet Q. I'm just looking at Pet Q. Another beat, of course, I could broken record, but another beaten up stock. But when you look left on the weekly, on the daily chart, the next high is 1691, which is way far. So if this can kind of base a little bit, Pet Q, see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it for today. And you just mentioned Car Gurus. I see why you're mentioning it. It showed up on, wow, so that's a dollar move off the initial alert from your scan, Zach. So 24.13. Now it's at 25.19. See, this is where I have a difficulty figuring out, okay, is this it? I mean, it might be. There's two topping tails here, but I have a tough time. You know, for those of you who are listening in YouTube, I mean, Jamie was so right. Probably one of the hardest day trading strategies, if you want to call it a strategy, is shorting tops and finding bounces. Very difficult. Certainly not if you're new to trading. I would be not doing it at all. But boy, when they work, I mean, you get some. I mean, I'm just looking at your bounces. Well, that ARQT, which wasn't too bad, really, because you had the original alert at 1834 and then at 1830, and now it got down to 1816, which is not that far away from the original alert. And so, yeah, you could have put like a price alert around 1832. If it took it out, you could have taken the trade. And look at that, 1956. That was awesome. I'm sure you did that one. Both William and Zach. Yeah, but I mean, excuse me. The best you can say about ELEV is that it's hanging on to 4. So, if it can take out somehow, if it can, well, I have an alert set up here around 4:15 or so. I mean, if it can do that on volume, it might have another run. It had some news, fast track designation, FDA granted it fast track designation, so it does have some news. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at this TWOU. It is under 9, had a downgrade this morning, I believe. Beaten up, all-time low. All-time low, basically. I mean, there is the all-time low, 812. So it's almost at an all-time low, TWOU. I was watching it, and the problem with it is that, after this huge down move, I mean, it's just kind of stuck between that 880 and 9. All right, Carg, are you going to do it? CARG. I am short you now. Let's see, 25 stop. So let's see if this moves down. Ooh, see, I get that spread. Come on, bid catch up. Sorry, ask catch up to the bid. Give me one more little move down for the Carg. CARG. Can't really lose now. Shorted at 24.85-ish, so can't really lose now. If it gets back up there, I'm out. This is from Zach Scan, okay? And what got me interested were the two topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Two topping tails. All right. Well done. Well done. Okay. Wow, look at that. That's really collapsing now. And that's the card, CARG, CARG. Oh, boy, that's a great one. Okay, guys, I've covered some in the 30s now. This is from the 2480s. Now, can it take out 24? I mean, the fantasy level is way down here, 2345. Oh man, this is really working out well. Tell me, Zach, you must have taken this one. It's funny, William. Well, it was the two topping tails. It wasn't what I really liked because, the first alert happened at 2413. We're almost there now. And then so it had really run from that first alert. But, to try to figure out, okay, granted, it's a dollar away from that first alert, but these two topping tails right there, that kind of convinced me. And a 15-cent stop on it. So great risk reward now. No, I'm not. I mean, I like these guys. I like these, but my whole, you've heard me explain this before. Ideally, what would have happened is that we would have got an alert at 2413, maybe get another one at maybe 2430, not too far away from the original one, and then have it drop, and then I put a price alert at 2413 and short it from there. So yeah, this is way outside of what I would normally look at, but two big topping tails in a row on a 15-minute chart. I said, you know what? You got a 15-cent risk, do it. Don't see Zach though. For this SWTX though, I thought I was itching to go long right around here for the SWTX, and it's just drifting down, down, down. Kidney, don't. Well, you probably got it on a bounce now. Yeah, look at the nice. Play it both ways, but certainly the short side was awesome. 1393 from the AI without really any, well, maybe down here. I mean, you might have, when it got down to 13 and then it came up to 1335, certainly you would have taken some off here, I would hope, and then wait to see what happened. And then it dropped down below 13 by a big way. Over a dollar then from the original alert of 1393, got all the way down to 1270. Yeah, I'm holding on to a piece just in case it can get through that 24. Doesn't look like it will, but we'll see. No, unbelievable this GME. I mean, how many times you hear me joke about it, guys? I mean, It will not want to give up 100. 100. It just will not want to completely and utterly give up 100. Every time we think it is going to, it got down to 86 yesterday. They just all come back into it. And AMC, I mean, AMC has done the same sort of thing. I mean, yesterday it almost broke 10, I think. Yeah, it got down to what, 1034. So AMC is doing the same thing, of course, as GME. Now, I have disregarded this one all day long, the CLEU. I don't think I could have shorted it. Yeah, I could have shorted it. CLEU, wow, that would have been an awesome short. 245 down to 138. I've been disregarding it all day long. And oh, 2403, come on. All right, so, excuse me. Hearing, what is this? Traders circulating? Hearing company raising guidance. We're hearing that. Boy, that's so, well, just take advantage of it, guys. It's the whole thing. Just take advantage of the move. Now, this is a little more formal. I mean, there was actually some numbers now. So there's the news on Kohl's, KSS. Wow. This has turned into an awesome, I see 2342. I mean, there's a low of that 5-minute candle. I'm kidding, of course, but that's just so awesome. All right, take a look at WalkMe, WKME. Again, one that got hammered yesterday. I think this was an earning. This was in reaction to earnings. Okay, and now obviously the next high is 1045, so it's got room to move if it wants to. What's the volume? I think this was like yesterday. The volume is not a lot. I think yesterday the total volume was 1.29 million. And so the volume is just not there really for this WKME. Plus the spread is awful, 902, 913. Oh, my goodness. I mean, I was kidding about this one, the low of that. I mean, now we're at the low of that 15, 5 minute candle. I was kind of kidding, but this is where it bounced from 23.21. The CARG, CARG. So even if you had, I mean, you wouldn't have made as much, but even if you had waited for the very first break, 24.13. Now, William, you're not still in it though, are you? BLCO is not showing up for me, and that's because I don't know why. I don't know why. Can that be it though? I mean, it's only a nickel. You still have the 5 minutes is 200% of normal? No, that's the reason then. That's got to be the reason. Just the 400K. Did you ever have that? You know what? I think Real made a suggestion to put that in. I think maybe at one point we're getting so many. I think that's probably the reason. So that you would get that big pop. Surprised that didn't happen here though. That looks like a fairly substantial pop here. No idea, Median. I have no idea. I'm not an option player at all. Okay. No idea. So anybody, so the question is, if I sell a naked put, how would I close the position should it move against me? Anybody can answer that who play options? I'll just put it in here, see if there's any options players, Midian, okay? I'll just put this in off topic. Anybody who does trade options, otherwise just do a search. Or are you saying sell your put, buy it back? But you know what? Buy it back, buy it back. Just buy it back. That's what they're saying. But listen, you should go, probably do a search. Okay, so buy it back. Okay. So you sell a put, so you buy it back. How greedy do I want to get? I mean, right here, 23.44. If it gets up back up to 23.50, I will cover virtually everything. So, Midian, are you an experienced option player? Because they're all, it seems to be the answers. That's pretty risky business. Okay, guys, I'm out of the card. Completely out. It didn't hold anything. All right, beyond. Beyond is starting to move here, guys. There's a sort of a red bar ignored. What's the next high looking left? 26.56. So this still has about $1. And that is Beyond Meat, BYND. Yeah, no shares. I could have sworn there were shares earlier. I mean, in the pre-market, I could have sworn there were for SGHC. I could have sworn there were, but certainly nothing now, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm 100% sure because this was my number one. Not that it really did much until now, but this was my number one focus because it's my favorite. Well, basically my favorite setup. All-time low with news. In this case, earnings. All right, guys, let's see. Anything else happening in terms of some Dole? Let's see what is Dole doing? Dole was an earnings play also, got hammered. And we have another halt. Oh, that BNRG now got halted on the way down, I guess. What's the volume? Still terrible volume. No volume at all, guys. Zoom, new highs. ZM. Well, you really can't, Midian. You cannot trade that. I mean, when I obviously there is a way, there is some trading going on, but I mean, it's a complete and utter guess and not worth it. Where's Cam? See if there's any IPOs this week. I didn't check. Yeah, there is one, and that could be tomorrow. SVRE. SVRE. I think I already have my alert set for it. SVRE. 2.2 million at 580. So we'll see if this one opens tomorrow. No, he's in our YouTube room. Sorry, I should always mention that. Sorry. Boy, this CLU, I mean, the only reason I didn't want to short it, I thought it was too cheap. You know, how much could it move? Well, your answer is 50%. Look at this thing go. The China education stock. Well, if you know nothing of options, then forget it. There are people in this room, I know Real and I think even and Zach, they've been, I don't know if you're trading options yet. I know you've been examining it, seems like for months. So it's a real specialty. So when you say it looks interesting, but I'm talking to Midian in the YouTube room, but I know nothing about options, then forget about it. I think you're just looking at information or something and thinking, oh, well, that looks interesting. Don't do it. Quote unquote, please tell him not to have overnight naked options. There you go. But my advice, don't trade options at all. Not until you understand what the heck is going on. And more comments. If you cannot trade shares profitably for at least a good stretch, then you have no business trading options. This is a general comment, of course. This is another comment from the room, Midian. So I don't know how dynamic I know that you're kind of a scalper though, Vicky. I know you get 5 cents or something, you're happy, but I just don't know how dynamic this will be. I mean, it's basically it has been between 880 and 9 for quite a while now. Worth watching. WW equals worth watching. Well, there's another one, guys. Almost an all-time low. Avaya, AVYA, almost an all-time low. You know, this Cal, I've been just watching it inch its way down. I mean, way too late, but this is a nice break here. CAL, nice break right there out of that kind of consolidation, the 2650-ish. It's a nice little break here, and it's obviously got room to fall. Problem is, of course, it is a strong stock. Still up 26% is an earnings play. What's the market doing? The market's not helping. The market's actually starting to put in a nice little move here out of its consolidation. Can't believe it, Zach. I forgot about 11 o'clock. What happened at 11 o'clock? What? Market didn't move, didn't pop. All right, guys, 1:37. Today is Wednesday, so actually no marketing meeting, no nothing. No no webinar today. Webinars will resume next week. So I think a bit of a lull for me right now. So I think all I'll do is I just want to talk about a little bit about the fact that we've got this test drive right now. I don't know if the gentleman who usually changes stuff on my homepage, it might be off today. So there is the promo code you can use, okay, for the test drive. Or sorry, well, it's good, excuse me, it is good until June the 6th. So not just the test drive. There's probably going to be another code for Memorial Day, but you know why? Just with Memorial Day in it, but it won't be any better than 25%. So I would just stick with that one because it's good until June the 6th. And if you click on my homepage link, again, I don't think it has changed. Let's take a look. Yeah, so I think the gentleman who usually looks after changing on my homepage, he must not be in today. So obviously don't use this code. Don't use this promo code. Use the test drive, all in caps, 25. And you'll get 25% off the first month or the entire year. Okay? Yeah, he's talking West Coast time, obviously. Scrub. Should always, every time we talk about times, guys, you should always, no matter what time zone you live in, make sure it's Eastern time zone. And that is not Eastern bias. I'm on the West Coast, so you can't accuse me of Eastern bias. On my homepage, lots of other information. You get the trade of the week free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is here, and all my scans, of course, right here, including Zach's bouncers and toppers, which gave us some really nice ones, especially the CARG. So a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link, then you can look at all this whenever you want. Well, again, Midian, I mean, you're asking, like you have no experience with options. So I'll put the question in here. This is another question from Midian in the YouTube room. Somebody wants to answer it. Great. So I just put that in the in off topic. Another options question. All right, guys. Well, yeah. So this, yeah, that's what here's an answer. You really have to study a lot more, obviously. There's no stop. I mean, that's what PJ said in the room. The put spread is your stop. Well, I know you guys have been trying to short GME, but my goodness, that is so stinkingly strong. What's the next high looking left? 120.56? Yeah, 120.56 is the next high looking left. Woof. And AMC has, I think, a high looking left a little closer, I think, 1202. Here's a website for you, Midian, Tasty Trades, okay, with regarding options. It's on their YouTube page. Boy, you know what? This one is not necessarily dead, guys. The BKSY is not necessarily dead. This is one of these classic ones, just hanging around, hanging around. And if we get some volume, I mean, look at the volume is really tailed off on the 15-minute chart. A little peak here on the 2, a little one, but nothing dramatic. So I mean, if this has any sort of a push through 250 with some volume, all right, this one just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdowns, KALV. And the alert was at 8:50, but it's popped immediately up. Don't really like them this late. Usually, in the 10-day daily breakdown, you usually within the first, I'd say half hour is when we get, rarely do we get ones that this late. Yeah, look at this one. ENOB just halted on the way down. ENOB halted on the way down. This is shortable too. Something happened. ENOB, something happened. I mean, that's it. Down goes GOVX. Look at this thing collapsing now underneath too. Aha. And guess why? Hands up. No, and no fair looking at the news. That's right. $20 million. So they're doing a financing. $20 million at a premium to market under $1.65. Wow. They're doing it at $1.65. Now, who thinks this is not going to drift down towards $1.65? Doesn't matter to me. I can't short it. We're talking about right here, $20 million and at a 165. So they're not raising very much money. I mean, 3 million times 165, they're not raising very much money. Okay, I did it again. Did it again as in the BKSY, sorry, BKSY. Yeah, scum of the earth. Releasing a financing during market hours. Probably my number one pet peeve. There could be a lot of people like myself, for instance, okay? You might be looking at this and thinking, okay, you know what? I will never swing this, but I may hold on to it to see what's going to happen during the day a little bit, because obviously it's been super active. And then you get hit with this. So you know what? If you're going to hold something and it gets hit in the after hours or before the market opens, so be it. But a lot of us will not hold something like this overnight. Certainly, including myself. Yeah, that's what I said about the kidney, the KDNY this morning, Paul. Financing was at 14, and it was holding. There was the news about the financing, the pre-market, 14.33. Looked pretty solid. Oh, I see what the new. I see your news. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's not good news. Shoot, halted again. Oh my goodness. Wow. Just when you think you've seen it all, then you get something like this. Look at the cow. No guts, no glory, guys. I did not take this short. I'm still holding out on the ASO, breaking down through 30. Look at this. I mean, this has just been basing beautifully. But I guess we really need a big market drop. Aha! The gap up and go now for PLAB, PLAB. And what's the next high looking left? It's 1723. After that, 1880, guys. So, man, you can cut. Well, that's on the monthly chart. Let me take a look at the weekly chart. The next high is 1880. I mean, if this gets through 1723, I mean, this has got really no resistance until 1880 on both the weekly and the monthly. And that's for the PLAB. PLAB. And that's why there will always be bottom fishers, William. So again, I don't think we're going to get too much action, but I'll throw up the SPY chart a minute before 2, the 1 minute, and see what sort of action we're getting. All right, guys, I'll bring up a big SPY chart and see see if there's any fireworks at all. Get a 1 minute. Yeah, that's just smart stop levels, James. So every time you click on an alert, a smart stop is generated, and that's the big red area, and then a target is just double the difference. So just guides. So if I click on an alert, let me just click on PLAB as an example. So what they're saying is that if I got into this trade at 17.23, a suggested stop would be 16.91 or 16.90 right down there. You can't see the actual top up here, but the target would just be double the difference between where you got in, 17.24, and the 16.90. So what would that be? 33 cents. So you would add 33 cents to this. You just can't see the top of this. It's outside of the range. So the target would be what? 56 cents, 17.56. Okay. That's all it is, if that makes sense. Yeah, you're talking, yeah, the bar, you're talking about that. You're talking about these bars here. You don't have to have it up and running if you don't want. So it's the same thing. If I got in, the minute you click on an alert, it'll generate what's called a smart stop. And it's a guide. You don't have to follow it. Well, you must have clicked on, in order to have a chart, you must have, the minute if you have a chart up and running, the current price will generate a smart stop. That's all. You're brand new? I mean, your alert window or any symbol that you click on. Oh, first of all, let's see what the spy is doing. Whoa! No, I thought that was a big red bar. I thought that was a giant red bar down. So, well, are you new to? You must be new to the platform. I mean, the alerts are. You can go to our channel bar. I'm just checking the spy here. So there's a big pop on the spy, guys. Big pop so far. But as we all know, that first move, the second move, the third move, the fourth move, not necessarily the final move. Well, did you ever create an alert window, James? Did you ever create a scan for yourself? You said you used the platform before, so did you ever create a scan? Yeah, yeah, but you say you used the platform before. I mean, did you ever create your own scan? Okay, so if you have a window with 500 stocks, give me a moment. So if you click on any one of those symbols, it'll load into a chart, and a smart stop will be generated. And when you're saying where do you see them, well, you have to attach that window to a top list or an alert window so you can monitor your list. If you don't know how to do that, and I'm going to get you to go to the guide. Just watching the spy here, guys. So we've had some fun. Huge topping tail, big bottoming tail. Okay, so there you go. That's all it is the minute you click on a symbol, it's going to generate a smart stop. And as it gets closer and closer, it becomes redder and redder. Again, it is a guide, okay? You don't have to follow it, but it's a guide. Yeah, you can turn off if you right click and go to properties. So right click your chart, go to properties and uncheck the show the smart risk levels. Uncheck that. Okay, so again, right click a chart, properties, and then at the very bottom it says show smart risk levels. Uncheck it. It's the minutes of the meeting, I guess. I don't know if they've added anything. And we have another halt. Well, the enob got halted again or resumed. So it's a resumption and it's going to be halted again. Boy, this is yikes. Just got halted. It's going to get halted again. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. That little blue dot was showing up and it's showing up in IB. I'm sure it's going to get, well, maybe not. Those with IB know what I'm talking about. Usually that's signifying that a halt is coming up. Whoa. So that was from Hindenburg. Boy, they're good. That thing about Enob, that was just beside the bid ask. Yeah, in the order entry, just beside the bid and ask, as it's and usually a little pale, a little blue dot will appear, and that usually, I would say at least 90% of the time, signifies that it's about to be halted. Just over the bid, you see the bid ask, and then just to the left of the bid, there's usually a little blue dot as the stock is just about to be halted. And I would say that's valid, maybe even 95% of the time. Well, I still have my grunt alert, but my Bluetooth is working, so you don't hear my speakers now. Yeah, so see, that blue dot was just appearing and now it got halted at 3. Oh, ASO, are you ready for me? And the market gives it up. Yes, and the market gives it up. Just, that first move, what time is it now? Yeah, I would say, after the first 5 minutes, I would say after the first 5 minutes, you probably have the market direction. Just remember, remember that though? We had the big green candle up here in the 15, well, right there in the 2, but now we're probably getting the market direction. Come on, sink like a stone, ASO. But well, I mean, it's still not over. I mean, there's a bottoming tail here too, though. So ah, so come on. I'm basically flat right now. I want to see this thing dive. Yeah, I think I needed the market. I needed the market to be moving down more. I think for this ASO short to really work well, it's mimicking the market too much. Ah, I'm out. Took a little loss on that. On the ASO. The market screwed me. Seriously. So we really didn't have direction. We did not have the direction. What we have is uncertainty. Look at this on the 15-minute chart. There's still another, what, 4 minutes to close. We have tremendous uncertainty. We have a big topping tail. We have a big bottoming tail. And a narrow body right there. Well, guys, I mean, the BKSY still may not be dead. What is the next high looking left again? That's at 265, so we're above that, and then 315. So there is some room perhaps to the 315 mark. Needs a little bit more volume to push it up. How close can it get to 3? Yeah, so now it's starting to move down. Yeah, it's too tied to the market for me right now. Way too tied to the market. That's why something like a BKSY doesn't care. Risky, obviously, so crazy risky, but it doesn't care what the market's doing. Well, for those of you who shorted GME around 115, you're happy. There's a $7 move. I don't know. That's a pretty interesting reaction. Okay, so now this is, and now it got halted on the way up. Now, wow, look at the potential 342, 342. I'm talking about the ENOB. Yeah, that's pretty tough news to go long on. I mean, really. I mean, a bit of a, oh, I see the bounce play actually showed up on the bounce play, 287, but it started off at 362. 362, then 331, then 307, then 287. So with that sort of news, as you've said several times, the bounce plays, you wouldn't necessarily play bounce plays when there's such negative news. Oh, the RSI scan showed up here. If this is what you're talking about, the RSI scan. Unless there's another scan. But I thought you called this the RSI scan. RSI is no more than 15. It's right here. Okay, now the market looks like it has found direction again. Well, the only thing I'll say about the GLVX is that it's holding that 165 financing. I don't think it dipped right to it. And now it is trying to hold that 165 financing. Missed the boat on P-Lab, guys. I like that one right around that 17 break. Missed the boat on it. Another earnings play. Very few earnings plays, but no, you just do this. I'm not going to do it, but right click, clear. Right click on any alert window, clear. Then you have a clean slate. Clean slate. Yeah, it only works on alert windows. Now, we're making a change to the top list. Now I'm trying to figure out a way to use it to any sort of advantage. Notice how these things are changing as we're speaking instead of 30 seconds. See how that just changed? Whoa, there we go, BKSY. 3 is the next level, guys. Boy, if it takes out 3, this has been a really interesting one. We were saying that, you know, these things don't necessarily die. We've had 2 pullbacks on the 2-minute chart. But anyway, I'm trying to figure out like why I would want that for our top list. So instead of updating every 30 seconds, you see how things are changing. I think it's like every 5 seconds. Because I don't necessarily want to take it there. Okay, I mean, what if I said this to myself? Okay, you know what? I really like to take this at 264. Okay, or right here, maybe $3, and I put it in there. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to myself, the stock has dropped, and now it's accelerated. I would never take it unless it came from a decent pattern. I'd have to be watching it. So I'd have to be thinking to myself, if I wanted to take this BKSY at $3 just as an example, I'd have to be watching it to see how it's trading. I don't want to see it dip and then start to accelerate. And then if I do get in at 3, it's so overextended, you know, and I wouldn't take the trade then. So the only way I do that every now and then, especially if a stock is just underneath a whole number and I'm prepared to watch the chart for a while, and I say, okay, you break up here, I want the trade. I will do something like that, but typically I don't, just because, you know, I'm not prepared to necessarily want to sit and watch the chart, if that makes sense. Let's just take this one for fun. Yeah, benchmarks, that's a $6 price target on it. You just saw the same thing. Now, for anybody new, that doesn't mean it's going to $6, but it definitely helps to pump the stock. So if I leave this in, if I don't take this out at the end of the day, then this will turn into a swing trade, okay? So you can practice in the simulator, you can practice swing trading. You just have to don't take the trade, just don't close the trade out at the end of the day. That is a tremendous bounce though, man, oh man. 272 up to 384. Flag. Certainly hugging it all the way. Yeah, 1145 right there, yes. And that even 1230 looks like, well, at least for me. And then at 130, yes. Even if you look late. Pullbacks. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Well, at least that price target for BKSY is only double from where it is. Some of these crazy price targets, you're the $4 stock and they're putting a price target of 25, 30, 35. I mean, it's wonderful for pumping. Well, just wait. If it takes out three, look out again. I mean, there's three. I think what did I say? 315. 315 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. TRMD. This was on my watch list. Pareto initiates a coverage. This is the reason for the TRMD move. Boy, this SPY is trying, guys. It's trying to get to that 400 again. That was a pretty interesting move, that first 15-minute candle. PL has a $17 price target? Is that what you mean, Zach? For PL? Is that the same? It's an electro-optical commercial layer contract, and PL. So these are obviously tied. Oh, I see. Same space. They're obviously tied. Okay. And like the Max are. Oh, okay. I get it. The difference, this one has a huge float, 175 million, whereas the other one is, well, half of the float, 60 million. And then there's the Maxar, which has a float of 71 million. So the other one, the PL, has a huge float. These are not low, but they're certainly lower than the PL. I saw you guys were talking about that earlier. All right, how's Enob doing now? So halted, and wow, this could be one of the great recoveries. Well, this is so this is no so this is a for sure. This is not a rumor or anything like that. That is a for sure. Indicted. Said in a press release. So the U.S. Attorney for Vermont. Hmm. Pullbacks. This will be an interesting one tomorrow. It reminds me a little bit, well, like the H&R Block. Let's see what happens with this tomorrow. This is an earnings play. Let's see if it has several days of continuation. I may be wrong. I may be wrong. Let me take a look at H&R Block. Yeah, no, that's different. It is different. The reason it's different is that H&R Block on that earnings day wiped out all of this, and then it continued. If you look at the P Lab, oh, wait a minute. This is a daily chart. Hmm. What did H&R Block look like on that monthly chart? Yeah, so even on the monthly chart though, it wiped out all of this. All of this. I mean, it was close to an all-time high. The P Lab is not the same. I know it's not the same sector, but I'm trying to compare patterns. So the P Lab has all this monthly stuff to get through, but it's close to an all-time high. Interesting. Interesting. Definitely worth watching tomorrow to see if it has continuation. Like an earnings play continuation. H&R Block was awesome. It's still good. I mean, H&R Block is still hanging in there. I mean, look at this. The going rate for hitmen are these days. Five Bitcoins. That'd be 150,000. Boy, this CRNX is accelerating downwards. The next low looking left is 1643, I think. Yeah. 1643 is the next low looking left for CRNX. Third FDA rejection for Verica. Is this Verica or is this Synetics? Wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. That was lumped in. Sorry. So that was lumped in. Let's see if that Verica trades. VRCA. Oh, that was the VRCA. That's the VRCA dumping today. Okay. The other one. So here we go. So here's your reaction at the beginning. You know, this is they released, excuse me, before the market opened. CRNX opened before, gave this news before the market opened. So I'm going to place. So the market popped a little bit. Positive top line results, early stage trial, et cetera, et cetera. The market goes, we don't care. And again, guys, that's why you drive yourself crazy trying to figure out, well, why did that happen? It said they had positive results. Market doesn't care. I mean, there's a lot of other reasons. I mean, you know, it's so very, very early. But the bottom line is the market doesn't care. Chewy, haven't seen Chewy all day. What is Chewy doing? Yeah, some volume coming into Chewy. Okay, I'm wondering, well, why isn't it showing up here? Relative volume is too low. Boy, you would think it's coming into a lot of resistance, right? You know, for between here and 25.50, you would think. He's short already. He is short already, yes. All right, guys, it's 2:42, so in about 15 minutes, I'll be putting myself on mute. The room will be open until 3:30. Again, I'll hop on the mic if I have to. Somebody asks a question that I have to get on the mic. I'm fine with that. All right, guys, again, there's a promo code to use. I have to put it in there because my promo code has not been updated yet on my homepage. So use that test drive. It's good until June the 6th. You got a lot of time. So you have a lot of time to figure out if you want the program or not. You click on the alert, or sorry, click on my link, click on the Barry's homepage link, takes you here. And again, don't use this promo code. Obviously use test drive 25. You'll get 25% off. Okay, lots of information. Again, trade of the week, stock of the day video, and all the education. These are the three free sections. Of course, you need a subscription to see my scans. And don't forget, do the let's get started first. And one last thing, save my link. Save my link, then you can take a look at all these three sections anytime you want. I didn't extend it. That's the way it always was. It's to June the 6th. The email that went out said June the 6th. Well, if you click on I mean, this is, because you get a subscription right away. Cam, we know. So when you click on the test drive promo code, click on that link and you're brought to this page, okay? So that's why it's saying 9 days, 12 hours, 13 minutes, 33 seconds. Okay, until Monday, June the 6th. Just click on select your subscription and you've got annual, monthly. So again, 25% off the first month only. But if you decide within 30 days you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. It's a great deal though. 2,000, 25% off that. I can do some quick math. That gets you to $1,600. Which brings that cost down to $133 a month. And it brings this monthly cost down to $62 a month if you take out an annual subscription. So $62 a month for the standard. And the $133 for the premium. But of course, you've got to pay up front. $1,500. What did I say? Yeah, $1,500. What am I saying? $1,500. I guess my quick math wasn't that good. Yeah, $1,500. So that's even better. That brings it down to $125 a month. This one I had right. So $125 a month, which is, a little more than on the standard 118 a month if you just have a monthly subscription. So I mean, if you really know you want the product, you really know you want the product and you've got $1,500 to spare, yeah, the annual is the way to go. I mean, that gets it down to about $125 a month. Is that? But you have 30 days. You have 30 days to figure it out if you really want to go to an annual. You don't have to. You never have to go to an annual. I mean, the majority of our subscribers are on monthly subscriptions, and that's fine. When I started as a subscriber in 2010, you know what I had to pay? Dak knows, because he was even earlier than me. Yeah, and that's the thing. You get grandfathered. I think it worked out. I think I gave them $237 up front, and then it was $37 or $39 a month after that for life. Things have changed. Oh, come on. You're paying what, 37 a month, Dak, right now? 39, or you might even be cheaper. 38. Hit the post. Yeah, right. No 29.99. No. Shady's in at 38 also. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, the grandfathering of this. All right, guys, we're getting close. I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm still here for on the mic for a little bit longer. All right, guys, I'm just looking at this one from yesterday was pretty active. This QUBT and got up to 226, over 2 again, starting to run a bit. QUBT. But I'm done. I'm done. Boy, we haven't seen this one for a while. Zach, ISPO. This whatever that float is. I know we have 414,000. I always find it very difficult to believe, but it's what our provider has given us. Whatever that number is, it's going to be low. And look at the volume coming in. So in theory, it's already traded the float at 418,000 in theory. I think I've gone to some other websites and like, for instance, I don't even think FinViz has them listed. I may be wrong. Wrong. But they have no short float information whatsoever. Zero. 21 million outstanding. So we know it's going to be less than 21 million, more than likely. So, but they have no short float information at all. Another new high for PLAB. Again, I'd be watching this one tomorrow to see if it has any sort of continuation. I mean, it's not that far from an all-time high. You know, it's only, I guess these must be the all-time highs right up here at 20. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. Again, I will pop in. I'm still here. I just want to put myself on mute. If you have any questions, I will get back on the mic. All right, guys, I'm back on. I am Midian. Chris will be in the room in about a minute or so. I'm going to wrap the main room up right now. Before I do that, though, I will put in the YouTube link in. Just get the YouTube link in. So you can head over there and listen to Chris if you want for between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay, and I'm just going to wrap the main room up right now. Get my screenshot together. Oh, what is happening? Just a minute. I hear a little ping, so Chris must be in the room.
Must be.
There we go.
I'll make the switch on the screens.
Okay, just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for all the help. I'm going to close the room down right now, the main room down right now. I'll open it tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern time, so have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. All right, Chris, you are in. You're in.
Excelente. Sounds good. You have a good one, Barry.
Okay.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You bet. Bye-bye.
So happy Fed Day, everybody. Fed releasing minutes today for those that didn't know. So yeah, market continues to creep up off that bottom from, let's see, what was it, last Friday? Yeah, we touched around 380 or so. Midian, how are you? Willow, happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. So yeah, so here we are. I didn't really look at much today other than the positions I'm holding. Just kind of hanging out in those right now. I think I'm going to close at least half, if not more, of those positions that I went over that I took yesterday. The day after a Fed release, whether it's minutes or a decision or anything like that, can be a quick reversal on a lot of things as people pour through their notes and everything like that. So that's that. Other than that, I had pointed out TMST to Andy earlier in the day. I said, I feel like this is really an A+ setup. And I talked about this yesterday, as a matter of fact, in our 3:30 yesterday. I said I'd be keeping an eye. And a nice little move here once it broke this line up. So he dropped that in the trader's eye a while back. I did not take a position in it. I'm pretty committed in what I'm in, and I like to always keep some cash on hand. So that's what I did. That's what I was looking at, and I'll take a moral victory lap on it. That ended up being something that I was looking at and looks good off of that. Returning a CAT, that means Canadian, I do believe. Let me double check that here. So always kind of my go-to. Let's open a quick top list here and only check the Canadian exchanges. And yeah, CAT, that's Canadian. So you're going to want to go right-click and come into the configure and go to exchanges and just go ahead and uncheck those exchanges and make sure you have the exchanges that you want on there. Typically speaking, most people are only looking at the NASDAQ, Amex, the NYSE ARCA, and the NYSE itself. There are some ETFs that if you're trying to look at any of those ETFs, you're going to want the BATs as well. Most people, I think, are not looking at pink sheets and OTCs, but if you want to look at those, you can put those in there like that. You can check those as well, and that should take care of that for you. And we don't have charts on Canadian stocks, just as a quick heads up. All we have is, the data for scanning. Chris, if you look at your list of previously viewed stocks in a single stock window, they're in random order, so it seems could the next version be alphabetical or even deletable? You have to make you'd have to make a request like that at CPPORT at trade-ideas.com. You make that request there. I have no pull or say or anything in any feature request that gets done. When they come in, I mark them as feature requests to be, or not just me, but support in general. We mark them as feature requests to be filed away, and then the dev team does whatever they do for deciding what does or does not get considered. But just curious here. That's odd because this is exactly in the order that I've done things today, to be honest with you. Show you how few symbols I've looked at today. And half of these I looked at because someone else asked me to look at them. More than half of them, I should say. This one here, considering a position in this, it's got a nice setup to it. I don't normally like stocks that are this low price, but I've traded it twice and ended up okay on it. I think it traded it like here and got out like here or something like that. So it was a nice little move there. And then I took it somewhere in here and got out here, and it was okay. It wasn't a great win, but it was a win nonetheless. It's got this kind of holding this level here and wedging, or a symmetrical triangle. And I don't know, it sets up kind of nice risk reward looking at, like a 115 stop is what I'm thinking. An entry here. So, looking at a 13-cent stop more or less. But I don't know if I really want to put the position on. I don't think I'm going to, but it was something I seriously considered anyways. I don't know if I follow. If you go back to one or another, the order won't change. So you're saying if I type in, for example, I've looked at this here. So now if I look, I got it because it's already been typed once. It's staying in the original order that it was in. I got it. PED, performance enhancing drugs, PEDs. Not as nice. Oil and gas operations. I don't like when I see charts doing this stuff. That's one of the things that's holding me back on RKDA. It has a symmetrical triangle look to it. I just don't like those red candles the way that they look like that. And, look at anything else in oil and gas and look how strong it is today. And this is up, that, look at, look at, let's say AR. I mean, look at that's, nice and strong coming in today, and then a nice overall day on today. MGY, here's another one. That's a nice chart today. I mean, really nice, really moved up well. But MRO is looking pretty decent. Yeah, that's looking pretty decent. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's not showing me any strength as compared to the rest of the sector, as far as a chart goes, this chart looks very weak to me, so that's what I see on that chart there. And I'm sure you've got whatever fundamentals that you like about it, but, chart tells me what people are betting on. And at the moment, the chart's telling me nobody's betting on the stock whatsoever. So that's kind of my 2 cents there. And speaking of MGY, that made an appearance in the Trader's Eye today. So, I talked about this one. I talk about the stock a lot. I've traded only twice, and I think I've like 1 for 1 on it. One winner, one loser. But we're oil and gas, which is where I think people want to be in general for trading right now. Lifetime high, took it out, almost took it out today. I'm sorry, right there. So that did that back there. So we're almost right there for lifetime high. Earnings are behind it. Beautiful move after a collapse on the earnings. And so it just goes to show you, like, okay, well, why did the earnings make it go down there? And then why is it up afterwards? I mean, someone explain it to me like I'm a slow Labrador retriever and help me understand it. What I'm really getting at is that's why I just don't care. The charts don't lie. The charts tell me what people are really doing. Everything else is a head fake. So MGY still looks good. I mean, that's a lot of up days in a row. Now I'd love to see it a little bit sideways, or even maybe a pullback to that 26-ish range and then move up again after that. I'm sure it's been covered in length somewhere else. Just point me there. What's the point of the stock races? So this is what the stock races mean to me. Generally speaking, when it comes to alert windows, I've always had an issue with finding the alert or the trigger that makes the alert happen. Whether it's a new high on the day or 5-minute high or crossing resistance, standard deviation breakout, there's a 1,000,001 different alerts that we have. Well, not 1,000,001, but we certainly got a lot of them. And so sometimes I want to just see stocks that meet my filters. I don't need an alert or trigger. I just want to see the stocks. But a top list, which does just that. Sorry, let me get rid of this other random top list. So this is great. Top list does that. It just tells me what I'm looking at, for stocks and my filters and all those things like that. But what happens if this stock that's down here on the top list is now making a massive move up, but the top list doesn't have a way to show me it moving up, and it can't surpass these other ones? But these ones are just kind of hanging out here, not really doing anything interesting. But TAN, for example, is making a nice break on it for the day. I have no way to see that, right? Well, what if I had a way to tell a system or a scan to say, show me what's moving now? So what the races do is this. The races are a top list. And if we come into the configure, I can tell you, this is what I've done with the top list. I told the top list, I want you to find me stocks in between these prices. I want a position in the day's range of that. I want a relative volume of this, a minimum amount of shares traded of that, and it has to be up from the close, at least this. Awesome. So now the top list finds me those stocks. Now, how do I want to order them? And the sort, I said, I want to change from open. All right. I already know I got to be up X amount from the close. Now I want to make sure that I'm also up from the open, because something could, gap way up and then it reverses. And let's say that it gapped up from here. Well, all right, well, it's up from the close there, but now it's down from the open here. So, I'm looking at stuff that's fading, and that's not what I want. I don't want things that are fading. I want things that are up and moving up. All right. So now the Windows specific filters tell me, the Windows specific filters tell it, find me stocks that meet this. The sort says, order them this way. The last component of the race says, now I want you to race them however I choose, which happens to be, for me, on this specific race, I want them racing on a change from open with a delta value. And what does that mean? Well, that means this. I now know, give me the color I want. I now know I've got all the stocks that I want. I have them ordered I want, all right? And now I know they got to be up from the open. However, what if one is up 30% and another one's up 4% and another one's up 1%, all right? I don't want to see the one that's at the top and not moving, and I don't want to see the one that's at the bottom and not moving. And the one in the middle might be moving. So that's where the delta value comes in. So this is basically saying, okay, we already know what we want, and we've already found everything we want. Now I want you to take them and say they're all starting even now, and now show me how they're moving relative to the open, starting from even, essentially, starting from the beginning of the race. You don't have to just do it based on the open. You can do it on any column. So your columns are these items here, and you can select the column from any one of the filters that exist. Obviously, some filters are going to be more interesting than others. I think racing on dividends is going to be ridiculous. I mean, who would race on dividends? Now, someone might be saying, Chris, well, don't be so silly. You want to race on dividends, and they'll have their argument for it, and good for them. I don't care, but that's what makes us all individual, how we use these. Someone might say, well, I'd rather race on relative volume. And that's something I'm interested in. That's something I've raced on before. I've happened to kind of settle on the change from open for that particular scan. Someone else might want to race on 5-minute volume. Someone else might want to race on today's range. Someone else might want to race on consecutive candles. Someone else might want to race on a change 2-minute percent or change 2-minute dollar, and so on and so forth. The limits are there, or excuse me, the choices are very vast, is what I was going to try to say. All these different filters that we could possibly race on. And obviously, some are going to be more interesting than others. Also, some are going to make more sense to go with what the scan is actually searching for. If you're looking for something that's a spike scan, you're not going to want to race on a 200 SMA that has, 200 SMA is very slow to react to price action. So that has no sense or reason behind it, So things have to be relative to what you're trying to do as well. So let me know if that makes sense. Hopefully that kind of helps you out. Message that I'm responding to. So CD, Michael Anthony, this must be the 600th time you've asked me this one. Let's take a look. Weak. Look good, got weak. I'd say, above this line, maybe you got room to that line again. Getting back my pink color. But you're going to want to get above this line and hold it. It looks strong today, like energy does, so it's much more interesting than PED, that's for sure. But this thing is not dynamic. I mean, look at, when we have these big wide bars, you're not talking a huge move dollar-wise here. So it's, not a dynamic mover either. And that's my story on it. Yeah, that my flow is always the chart. Nothing. There is no scan on this planet that's a buy me scan. Every scan is returning ideas. Some are returning more or less quality ideas, and of course, that is a subjective opinion in the eye of the scan holder, essentially. But I go through. I see stuff that's moving, and I take a look at the chart, and I make a decision from there. So, for example, SD Sandridge. Geez, this one killing me. Want to move out of that. Beautiful cup and handle. I wouldn't. You have to decide that, Michael Anthony. I can't. You have to figure what works best for you on that chart. That red line that was on there, I'd like to see it close above that before I got anywhere near interested in it. But I have zero interest in that stock at all at this point. So if someone puts a gun to my head, that's what I would tell them. But yeah, so, I'm going to look at, the chart, look, intraday chart, daily chart, look left to see where there's resistance, So for example, I don't know if SD was coming through this earlier on the day or not. I mean, I suppose it would have had to have been back here somewhere. Let's just pretend for argument's sake it was. I don't have a way to go back and look at it right now. But, looking at it, clearing this level off that gap and looking strong and, seeing that pullback and then it getting strong again and knowing what energy is doing. And it's something I'd definitely been interested had I been paying attention to it above that 23 level. Such a nice chart, but I let let that one get away from me. Way back in the days of March. And just kind of continues to hammer home my technical point of view on the XOP overall. And bring that up as a weekly chart here. And like I said, January of 2021, back in here after, here's COVID crash and then a recovery. And it got kind of pummeled, and all of a sudden you could see the winds changing in energy really quickly, especially, the direction that the world wants to head with energy and the reality people refuse to live in, that without natural gas, without oil, without petroleum products, we literally have nothing at this point. You know what I mean? Our entire world runs on it, whether people want to realize it or not, and much more than people will ever understand, I think. And the more they cut those things off, and the more they penalize the producers of these things, the stronger all these stocks will get for now. So beautiful, just a beautiful move off that January break back here on that. And I've just seen nothing to suggest anything otherwise. Just every dip being bought. And like I said a long time ago, I think this is where we're headed. After that, I don't know. That's a pretty lofty move off that bottom from down here, but still nowhere near its all-time highs either. But so that's, you want to find stocks that are strong in the strong sectors, and you're not going to find a stronger sector than XOP. You'll find some close, XLE, UNG. I did a bit of a taunting video that I put on Twitter today. All the people that call the top here and call the top here. And call the top here too on natural gas. All nailed it. No, not that I'm aware of. You have this similar tab here, but I don't think it's really great overall. It's actually better than it used to be quite honest, looking at this. So, because this is putting in all these different ETFs. Let's see what happens if I put in, let's put Sandridge back in. Yeah. All right. That's much better than it used to be. I don't know when that happened, because this was not great for a long time, to be honest. It was returning things that had nothing to do whatsoever with what... So yeah, use the similar tab is what I'd point you towards. So again, yeah, on CDEV, the only thing that would get me interested in this is a close or two above this line, and that would be it. And of course, I'd like to see it not run away from me while doing that. And even looking at it, you got this mid-range resistance at $8, and, cheap stocks, cheap stocks are hard. They find resistance at those smaller numbers, anything under $10, you're going to find resistance at the 25 cent and 50 cents very often. Oh, 52 after the hour. Well then, I guess I need to start figuring some stuff out for positions. Oh, let's see. Sorry, throwing in some sell orders for a few things here. There we go. If you guys got questions on the platform, that's what I'm here for, is, help with trade ideas users and the software, the scanning aspect of all these things. Look at some of these top winners, LV, LU. So this is won 9 races on this race here. Let's move off of that. Not as liquid as I'd like to see it. Only 400,000 shares traded today. Let's see, HGTY, not to be confused with HGTV. What in the world is idea surfing? Idea surfing is a passive way to look at charts, essentially. So I'm sitting down, I'm eating lunch, or tasked with something else. Idea surfing will go through the first 3 symbols on your top list, your price alerts, and and the AI if you're a premium subscriber, and just cycle through those charts over and over again. Oh, come on and fill my orders. Quit screwing with me, IB. All right, so it looked at HG, 600,000 shares. I'd like to see a little more volume than that. To end the day, SKYT. Oh, this thing is straight up. Skywater Technology. Interesting. I'm seeing a lot of semiconductors popping through some of my scans recently. Not sure what that means. All right. One fill down. Come on, FRO. Five minutes into the close. What did you say? List of hotkeys? No, there's no hotkeys. Sorry. DINO Steve, Mr. Steve. And anybody that's wondering, a very large portion of what I do for trading is stolen right from Steve and all the Trade of the Week webinars I watched over the years. DINO is, yeah, that is just a solid call from Steve this week. Really solid. What a setup that was. Nailed that the way it was coming and banging on that like that. That's fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous. BRN. Sure, I'll look at BRN. Downtrend. Get this spike and a downtrend. Spike and a downtrend. Spike and a downtrend. Spike and a downtrend. That seems to be its MO. So again, you're looking at all of these really, small price stocks, and obviously, we're looking at any of those charts that we look at, and there's no interest in it. 200,000 shares traded today. Relative volumes anemic. Nobody's interested in these from a technical standpoint. Now, like I said, there may be some fundamental reason to be in them in the long term, but in the short term, there's no, you could buy some and pray for a spike that happens like this and get a sell order out on it, but that's not a trading plan as far as I'm concerned. And again, just my, like I said, my 2 cents. There goes my fill on FRO. Beautiful. It's a very good feeling as I wind down the work. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on BRO. Now you can, or BRN, whatever it is, and you can, you look at down here maybe as some kind of stop if you wanted. And there's your risk. but where's your reward on this? Obviously, it's having a lot of trouble through this area right here. So it doesn't set up a very good risk reward. And again, if this is what you're hoping on here, something like that, that's not a trading plan that I could advocate for. So yeah, they're debt free, but what is that? The chart tells me that nobody cares about that. Literally nobody cares about it. This here and this here tells me nobody cares about their fundamental story whatsoever. I mean, like I said, I could be missing something, but this tells me that whatever they got going on in fundamentals is irrelevant. And like I said, always say we could wake up and it could be here tomorrow. I just don't see any reason for it to happen. So I have no interest in it. All right. Did we close? Did the market close? No, we got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Market closed. Casino closed. So I don't have a SPY chart up currently. I'd swap my SPY chart for something else, but look at that spike of new highs and relatively anemic new lows on mostly large caps, mid caps, and the small caps. It was more of a horse race that the new highs took out. Now this here, I actually had to restart during the day, those bars, unfortunately. So that's not going to be a fair shot from the open to the close, which is a shame, but it is what it is. However, I think last time I restarted started my layout was maybe 10:15, so about 45 minutes into the open, I think. Don't hold me to that one. So if we look at it, I'm curious what an IWM chart looks like right now coming into the close. Interesting. I was expecting it to be a little more actually flat than a spike and a giving it up. I thought we were going to see more of a move up and a little more flat, move down a little more than I was expecting per the compare count windows. SPY. That should just basically be up. No, wow, all of them look very similar. I would have, I bet the Qs are going to look no different, of course. That's not what I was expecting based on the compare count windows. Interesting. Very interesting. Also very interesting. Sorry, just checking out the prices of some stuff after hours here. Maybe sneak in a fill order. Get myself a nice price. No, you shouldn't like chasing this market. I wouldn't. I'm certainly not chasing. I closed out a good portion of what I had to go back to cash. I'm not expecting us to continue to move up like this, to be honest. Now we might, and that's fine if I'm wrong. Here to make money, not be right. My opinion matters little. My opinion is we're headed back down here again. But, as I've said many times, there was no reason for the market to go up the way it did after COVID. coming out of here. There's really no reason for it to do that. So if it did it again, if it did it again, I can't really argue with it. I'm not going to argue with the charts. I still feel that, we're just due. Look at how many down weeks in a row. We've this gravestone doji essentially, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks down in a row. We were due for that. And of course, due doesn't mean it's going to happen, but not going to ignore that. That's for sure. That the odds are a bounce is going to happen, and I want to play into that bounce, into the strength. Like I said, XOP, UNG, XLE. You're not going to find any other sectors that are strong. It's just that simple. So, I think this is bouncing well on the weekly right now. Cloud computing. No, it's not even bouncing well on the weekend. It's down for the week as well. Up, bigly today. Home builders, same thing. China. I think I've more than made my point on this chart over the last year. The list goes on and on and on. Clean energy, nobody's interested. Healthcare, right? No, that's energy, sorry. IYH. Again, energy. My story continues to be confirmed by the charts. My story comes from charts. Right? Like I said, everything else is noise to me. Anybody can get on TV and say anything they want. Show me where everybody's putting their money. Same thing, semiconductors. They still look weak to me. All these topping tails, all these upper shadows, they look really, really weak. What about that K-Web chart? I'll really break it down. Give me 1 second here let me switch to a daily chart. As the saying goes, don't buy stocks and downtrends, right? Lower highs every single time someone thought it was going higher. Every single time. There is not one confirmed breakout on that chart. Over and over and over and over again. Non-stop lower highs. I see no reason for that trend to end. It will. At some point it will. China's not going to disappear from the map. Chinese internet stocks are not going to disappear. But why will, it was way up here and now it's on sale down here. Okay, well, what's to stop it from going to 15? I don't see anything to stop that from going to 15. It looks very likely to test that 20 range again. So you're going to buy a stock at $25 and ride it down to 20? I'm certainly not. Not you specifically, just people in general. So I know it's human nature, buy things on sale. Human nature works very poorly in the stock market. And as poorly as humanly possible in the stock market. We're not buying shoes on sale here. We're talking about our future. Any suggestions on building a J-Trade alert that shows a red to green move a bit before it happens? Well, you're running into the tough part. There's no way to predict something's going to go green when it's red. You can look at stocks that are nearing going green, and then you'll have to, look at each individual chart from there. That's the best that you can do. Espen. So, we could go new alert window. We'll go with a 5-minute high, and we'll just mess around with something here. Build something out real fast. And so we want to look at stocks, I'm just going to put 4 as an arbitrary number on the price. Put a 1 for the relative volume. Let's look at 250,000 shares traded from the day, and we want to see if it's negative from the close. So we want to see it, minimum of, let's say, minus 0.25 and a max. We'll catch it if it's just barely gone positive too. So a max of 0.25 as well. So, we're essentially saying, show me stocks where the price is up no more than 0.25% from the previous close, also down no more than 0.25% from the previous close, and it's also flat. And, this is a template of something like that. Now, if there's other things you want to add to it, we could do that. But let me pull this out like this. Just look at today's history on it. There's other metrics that, I think anybody's going to want to define. If you want some other kind of moving average involved, or VWAP, or RSI, or change over another certain amount of percentage time, things of that nature. But we can look at the history of this. A lot of stocks that come through this one because we have so few filters in it. CWeb, isn't that an inverse China fund? I think it's an inverse China fund. I want to go further back on this history. So far, let's go one more back. I'm just going to start looking at alerts, a little bit after the close here, and so this is poking up to try to go positive. Eventually it does. Nokia, that's kind of a blah stock to look at anyways. Citigroup, there we go. So, it's returning stuff that we're looking for, but there's no way to predict if it's going to go positive or not. This one does end up going and being a nice alert, close out at 43.50-ish, got alerted at 41.35. So I'll hand you this. We'll call it going green. And I'll hand you this as a template. And, obviously anybody that wants it. And then, you can refine it from there with anything else you want to see in there to, it's going to return a lot of alerts right now. So you're going to want to figure, what else do I want to add for filters? Or do I want to change the alert even? You might not want a 5-minute high. You might want a new high on the day period. There's a lot of alerts to choose from in here. I think there's several that could be good and could work. New high. You might like this check mark or up percent for, no, you don't want up percent for the day. That won't make sense. Consolidation break, high relative volume, or 1-minute volume spike. These might be some interesting ones. Running up now, running up. Those might be some interesting ones as if, stock starts to make a run up from below the previous day's close. I don't think you want any of those. Channel breakout you might like, confirmed or not confirmed, 5-minute consolidation breakout. Any of these might be some good alerts to, trial and error, put these in there and see what it returns. And, you monitor the window. My go-to has been this crossed above resistance, the non-confirmed. It's what I generally like when I'm building alert windows lately for the last, give or take, a year. But that's just a personal preference of mine. CWeb and KWeb. Yeah, you're welcome. Like I said, it's just a template. So, you got to take it and refine it and make it your own, obviously. Yeah, so this is a 2 times, this is a 2x, this is a leverage ETF of the KWeb, essentially. But it's not inverse, as a matter of fact. It's no different here for China FXI. These are your Chinese large cap stocks. Again, lower highs, non-stop, all the way through. Literally the definition of a long-term falling knife. And what, it's at $29 now. What is to stop it from coming all the way back down here to that 25 range? There's literally nothing to stop that from happening. Obviously buyers, but what's going to bring those buyers in? That becomes the question. Sorry, messing with some software here. It's giving me a hard time. Yeah, it definitely looks like it could go lower to me. And again, now, if you're bullish on China over the next 10 years, this might be a great buying opportunity for you here. All right. If you're bullish and you have a plan and you have a strategy and, you see something in here that's working into that, I can make a bullish case for this chart right now if I wanted to. Look at this wedge that's forming. Symmetrical triangles like this right here usually resolve this way eventually. Is it going to? I have no way to do that, but I'm certainly not risking my money on a downtrend like that. And, the counter argument will be, well, yeah, you don't want to be late when it turns up. Well, I didn't want to be in it to start with. So it has nothing to do with late. I never wanted to be in this stock. Just that simple. And so that's where, having your trading plan and what you're looking for, one could look at that and say, all right, that looks ready to do it now. And for all I know, it's going to. We could say short term, all right, well, we put the low in here. And then there's a higher low, and here's another higher low that it might be building off of. So I can make a bull case on this chart if I wanted to, but just looking at that, it's very hard for me to get behind a bull case of that right now. And with that said, next week, I just very well might buy the FXI if it continues to make new higher lows. Doubtful, but anything is possible. I believe you'll still try to weaken China in the upcoming years after these Taiwanese problems. Very possible, could be. I won't pretend to know global politics as well as that. I know that China doesn't like anybody calling Taiwan an independent country, and most people are scared to do it, and that's about all I know. Pretty much every celebrity on this planet always apologizes to China after saying something like that. So that's all I can say. And a bunch of bought and paid for actors. Remember, everybody speaks with their money, regardless of what they say, and that's what makes charting so powerful to me. And is it right every time? No, but you find me a fundamental system that's right every time. There ain't one of those either. And that's not to knock fundamentals. I just didn't happen to learn fundamentals, but I'm friends with a couple of traders that are, strictly fundamental traders on Twitter. And, they've taught me a couple of things. I can't get my head around some of what they try to explain to me. They do really well. They do much better than I do, as a matter of fact. But they're also people that have been doing finance for 25 years, too. So their 25 years versus my 5 years of experience is generally going to trump me on basically any subject that exists. So that's just kind of the way that goes. On my actions for alert windows for sound choice, I only have 5 options and 3 of them sound the same. Is there a way to get more options for sound? No, they're all going to be the same essentially. If we come to properties, actions, nope, that is not what I wanted at all. Properties, actions, play sound, set up sound. Yeah, these are all going to, I think, sound basically the same except for the text to speech. You can add a custom sound, so you can click custom sound. And then you can go and you can select it from anything you've downloaded and put it as I can't remember if it's a WAV file or what. All the pathing for the sound is actually pathed through Microsoft, the OS, through Windows. That's why the web version has its one sound and that's it, because there's no way for us to import any other sounds into a web browser like that. I suppose it could be programmed into it. But I'm not a dev, I'm not a developer, I'm not a tech person, so I won't pretend to understand if, when, or how those things work. Let me see. I think in the user's guide we have something about adding custom sounds. Sound alerts. Yep, here we go. The old user's guide. Got everything we ever want in there. So that goes over general sound alerts in general, and then that was ridiculous. General sound alerts in general. That goes over sound alerts in general, and then it also goes, it says further below you can choose custom sound from your local computer. Please note that custom files need to be in WAV format, as I mentioned. System isn't able to use MP3. Whoops. Just got to fill in something else. What did I get filled in? Heard the little English dude talking to me. Order partially filled. I got an after orders fill, higher after orders fill on FRO. Very nice. Cancel the rest of that order. There we go. Very nice. Good way to go into a holiday weekend. Let's see where we at. Wow, 418. Y'all are keeping me busy today. I like this. Let's see. Let's get rid of that. Let's bring in the old evening scan. Take a look through here. What did I say? I said that y'all are keeping me busy today, and I like that. I like it when there's more interaction here and I don't have to come up with stuff on my own. Before that, I was talking about the sound alerts for the software and how you can import custom sounds, but it's got to be a WAV file. Cal, that's interesting. It was an AI alert today. Huh. Did it have earnings? No, yeah, had earnings yesterday. All right, so this might be one to keep an eye on going forward. So it had earnings in the post-market yesterday. No, post-market. Yeah, post-market yesterday. No, I'm selling my longs today. Yesterday I went over. I bought, got into P10, FRO, and VET. But VET I actually own from a higher price. I bought more of VET and then sold some actually. But P10 I sold. I just sold a bunch of P10 today. I bought it on Monday. Bought it somewhere in here on Monday, and so I just sold right up here a whole bunch. And FRO I bought yesterday. I got that. I bought that in here, and I just sold a bunch up here today. I sold some just before the close here, and I just sold more after hours right here. And I'm looking to put no more money to work long term, anyways. And long term for me is more than 12 hours. I might day trade tomorrow, but I'm leaving for the weekend tomorrow night, and I won't be trading going into. I won't be taking anything. FROs is shipping of energy essentially. So transportation of crude oil and oil products, and P10 is natural gas essentially, more natural gas than anything else, but gas and oil. To support activities, oil and gas extraction. I own some VET, but I've been in and out of it a lot. So I own it now with a higher price average than I would like. But this chart still looks pretty darn good to me here. But, keep in mind, I own it at a good price compared to where it is now. So no can do. I'm no financial advisor. I can't be having people coming after me like that. And I'm wrong just as much as I am right. It's just that, when I'm wrong, I'm out very quickly. There's no way for me to update those things real time somewhere. Otherwise, I'd get flagged as a professional, and I do not want to be flagged as a professional. Sorry, just responding to a message. Nope. I'd mentioned yesterday. I was I think you were here yesterday, Peter. I'm taking a personal day on Friday. More nonsense talk from these jerks. I'm taking a personal day Friday, so I will not be here. Going to do some personal stuff and be back next Tuesday. But I will be here tomorrow. Yeah, that's all right, Michael Anthony. It's tough. It's tough going out there. No joking about that whatsoever. So no harm in waiting around. That's for sure. Making sure you're making good solid entries and exits. Oh yeah, NVIDIA reporter. That's right. Andy mentioned that. I was gonna look at that. NVDA, is that NVIDIA? I mean, again, don't buy stocks in downtrends. I mean, if I haven't made my point yet, I'll never make it. Don't buy stocks in downtrends. That's awful. When they're in uptrends, they're great. When they're in downtrends, not so much. And I know, well, you got to, when is the trend going to change? You got to figure that out at some point. And well, that's where the trading plan comes in, Any time frame solo looks good on. Who are you, solo? No, none whatsoever. Also, I don't like really small price stocks like this. No. Just for fun, let's look at a weekly chart. That looks even worse. I mean, but if there's something you believe in or there's something you see or whatever, define your risk, There's a recent low. So you got a recent low of, I don't know, let's call it 120, for example. Is a 23-cent stop too much for you to believe in a move up? But earnings are past it. One up on earnings, and those have been faded immediately thereafter. Not only are they faded, but look at the declining volume again. And it was declining volume coming out of that buying to get us right back to very anemic stuff. So, I mean, look, I've seen traders that do very well where they're looking at these really low price stocks and they, but these are people that have huge cash piles and they can take, let's say, 1,000 shares of something like this with a stop at the, at a way off recent low, and they can hold that and let that money work like that for months and months and months and wait for that big move up. Those people are at an advantage that they can do that. I don't have that kind of money personally, to sink into stuff and let it just work like that. So my trading plan, what I've got out for myself, what I do, will not allow me to do something like that. Those buy indicators are going to be Holly, I would guess. I don't have my AI stuff turned off. Yeah, that's Holly. Those buys are Holly from way back when. Usually it gives me a description of what happened. But I is not getting that. I don't know why it's not. Usually tells me a description of the strategy and if it won or not. Anyways, that's that. So, and that's with almost, I think, every electric vehicle maker that's not Ford. Maybe GM is making money on their electric vehicles. I don't really know if Tesla makes money on their electric vehicles, and I don't buy anything that comes out of their earnings reports because Tesla got so much government subsidies. I can't shift through any of that stuff. I have no interest in shifting through it either. And it's a Colt stock, and I want nothing to do with Colt stocks anyways. Holy cow, 428. All right, well, that's going to wrap it up for me here today. I will be back tomorrow. As I have, mentioned over and over and over and over again, this education's resource, here, throw the link in there. Familiarize yourselves. So much free stuff for education here. You got me at 330s, the user's guide. For those that, if you've been using the software for, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, the user's guide, starts to really bring things together. It's searchable user's guide. Here again, the daily support sessions and Barry in the room. It's not just Barry in that room. I learned a lot from several people in that room that are still around. So there's a lot, the webinars. You said next week we start running those back up again. Monday, Wednesday, 1 week, the next week will be Tuesday, Thursday. And that's how we break those down. And again, all the videos, just so many videos, and Michael Moss with the back to basics, just, so much good stuff out there, really so much good stuff out there. So, make sure you're taking advantage of it. Please, please, please. What we do is hard. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is key. That and, a real true tried and tested system, based on the scans that you're using to return those very actionable ideas. So, all right. Thank you, folks, very, very much. You all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, wherever you are. And we will catch you back here to round out the week it'll be a Zoom / YouTube day tomorrow. All right. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.